So I would like to share the screen. I need to get hold of the screen. Thank you. So good morning to everybody. Welcome to today's session, the pitching day. I hope that you are fine. I would like to share the screen. I need to get hold of the screen. Okay, so good morning everybody. Welcome to today's event. I would like to make a very small and brief introduction to the event. I would like to introduce you to the jury panel, and then a quick reminder of the agenda that we have ahead of us today. So, thank you teams for reaching this far. Also, thank you very much to the coaches that gave them support during the whole incubation process. Thank you to the data providers for being so supportive, providing the data, answering questions regarding the challenges. Here is the list of contestants today. I hope that you rested well, and I'm sure you'll deliver and give us a fantastic event. So, just a very quick reminder, you are very well aware of this. Your presentations are going to last a maximum of 15 minutes. We are going to cut you off if you exceed the 10 minutes, okay? So please, be very sharp on that. Deliver the pitch in 10 exact minutes. And you'll have 5 minutes where the jury panel will be able to ask you some questions. So, you know the criteria. I'm not going to bother you with this. This is the schedule for today's session, event. We're going to start sharply at 9:30 with the first pitch presentation, and then observe, we will have a break from 12:15 till 1:15. Then we will resume the pitches until 3:30. At 3:30, we will prepare a group photo, so you'll have to try to pose with your gear from EDI, your jumpers, your caps. So I kindly ask you to showcase it.
Sorry, people can't hear.
No, we can't.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
Okay, and then you will have to wait for us for an hour or so, because we will have to think about the results, produce the ranking, and then there'll be a ceremony. In this presentation, you have the links to the Zoom session. You should connect only when you do the pitch, okay? And for the experiment awards, you may connect directly to the Zoom session, and for the group photo too. So I say it again. During the event, do not connect to the Zoom session. Only do it when you have to do the pitch, okay? And I will remind you once again when is your slot. Make sure you connect 5 to 10 minutes before. We are not going to allow you through until it is the turn of your team, okay? You'll be in the waiting room. However, for the group photo, at 3:30, you should all connect to Zoom. And also, please, for the experiment awards, you all please connect to the Zoom session. This is the list that we published yesterday in Twitter, in the Slack channel, and that Itoya also sent you an email of when you have to talk. So Instaon is going to break the ice. I'm going to be the first one. As you can see, first, those teams tackling challenges in the internet and media sector are going to be talking. We will have a very short break of 15 minutes at 10:45. Then it will be the turn for Divizend to talk about finance and insurance. Then we will start the block of companies talking about solutions in the energy sector. At 12:15, as already announced, we will have the lunch break. Then we will continue. There will be another small break at 2:15, and hopefully we will finish by 3:30. At 3:30, you will all have to connect to the Zoom channel so that we can take the group photo, okay? Then you wait for us, please, so that we establish the ranking based on the grading of the different jury panel members, and we will start at 4:45 the experiment award ceremony. Before I proceed, I would like to pass the word very quickly to the jury panel members. Are the 3 jury panel members already connected? I know that Fadi was there, so if
I'm here.
If Fadi could please open the video and say a few words about his background, I would appreciate it very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I am Fadi Nafa. I am happy to be here with you today. I am the director of the Lebanon Enterprise Development Program at Beritech. On top of starting my career as a computer and communication engineer, I spent 12 years in software development and hardware product development. For the past 5 years, I moved purely more into the business side of things. I am a business advisor and expert with Stanford Seed, with European Business Innovation Center Network, which I am representing today, one of their programs, the Innovate program, Innovation Rating Program. It's a very innovative AI-backed innovation rating program. So I advise you all, I will share the link in the chat. I will advise you all to check it. It's a very good tool to rate your innovation, your business, and to hook you to possible investor. And looking forward to all your pitches today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fadi. Now I would like to pass the floor to please Anu Ox from S-Bahn to introduce herself.
Hi, this is Anu from Tallinn, and I'm representing Estonian Business Angels Network, or Business Angels as a whole. So I'm very much looking for the investment readiness side in your pitches, and also what's the business plan, what's the business model, who's your client, etc., etc. So all that's related with the business side. So on everyday basis, I'm looking through tens of startup applications who are applying for angel investment. So I will be asking quite strict questions about how will you be making money. So waiting for your pitches, and thank you for having me.
Thank you to you, Anu. And finally, Kasim Abbas from Adventure, could you please tell us a bit about your background and interests?
Yeah, hello from my side as well, and good morning. Hope you guys can hear me okay. Yeah, my name is Kasim. I am an engineer by education. I'm with Adventure now, so I've worked in the field of digital factory for a few years with Siemens and with Bosch, and then later moved on to a company in Austria where we have built a corporate startup for edge computing, and where I've been responsible for business development and global expansion. And yeah, and after that, I've worked also in the TMT sector in London with Ovum, and which brought me into the investment field. So before moving to Adventure last year in March, I've worked in a in a venture capital fund. I did seed and Series E investments in technology startups. So I'll very much also look at your pitches in terms of scalability and the business model and market fit. So that's basically. And currently, I'm also focusing very much on the sectors you guys are pitching today, also in my consulting practice now. So I'm happy to listen to your pitches. I'm very excited about that. Thanks a lot.
So thank you very much, Kasim. So as you can see, we are honored to have 3 members in the jury panel coming from different backgrounds, different cultures, different countries, and with interests on different matters of entrepreneurship and investment. So I'm sure that they will make a very good assessment of the progress of your projects. So this is it from here. We are 4 minutes away from actually starting the first presentation. I remind you again that Instaon is gonna start breaking the ice. So I wish you all the best for today. We will be continuously here. So something important about the protocol before I forget. I already stated the importance that only there is one team connected to the Zoom session. In the Zoom session, only the jury panel, myself, and the person speaking from each of the teams is going to be at any time, okay, at one time. So we have to stick to that. The person talking, please open your camera and try to talk clearly, loudly, so that we can all listen to you. And the jury panel members, please switch off the cameras and the mic while the person is giving the pitch, and please switch on the camera and the mic right after they finish their presentation. Okay? So hopefully with this we will manage to proceed properly and according to plan. All the best. Instaon, you can start already projecting your presentation. Perfect. And at 9:30 sharp you will start.
Okay, great.
That's perfect, but we will wait, as I stated, till 9:30. I'll let you know when you can start, okay?
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Greg from Instaon is going to start talking in 10 seconds, delivering the first speech. Good luck, lots of energy.
Thank you.
And success for everybody. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thanks a lot. So let's start with a brief overview of what we do at Instaon. So at Instaon, we have one single mission, which is to make high-performing online advertising accessible to anyone. And we do so by building a fully automated SaaS platform, which is simple, fast, and an all-in-one solution, cost-effective thanks to high scalability, and as I said, a lot of automation, and also high-performing thanks to high customer volume, data, and artificial intelligence. And thanks to EDI, we've been able to work and collaborate with Jot Internet Media, which is an ad and traffic generation company, part of Cube Ventures, one of the leading digital groups in Europe. And they had a challenge, a need for a scalable solution to categorize billions of keywords. And thanks to this categorization, Jot Internet Media would be able to create more relevant ads for every single keywords in their search campaigns, resulting in a 10% increase in return on investment for the clients. So this is what we did at Instaon. So we built an MVP where anyone can upload a CSV of keywords and download the corresponding categories. We did that by also meeting the requirements of Jot Internet Media. So it is AI-based, it is accessible via interface or API, and it's also scalable with 1 million keywords that can be categorized per hour with a precision of 95%. So regarding the EDI roadmap, we started at the Datathon in October 2020. We've been building until today this MVP, and business-wise, we agreed on a business model with Jot Internet Media and came up with an expansion plan. So what is next now? So what is still to be done? Of course, we still need to create a stable and working product from this MVP, also test it in real life with real use cases. And business-wise, the idea is to bundle that solution with our current product offerings. So to open a new target segment, which are agencies and SaaS companies, so software companies. Of course, we also hope to start a potential collaboration with Jot Internet Media. We would have two business models. So we do have one working quite well already for small and medium enterprises. So it is a SaaS freemium model with a percentage of advertising spend that we take on top of it. For the agencies and the software companies, we would go for a value-based pricing for API access to the Instaon API. So a quick example here. So the idea again would be to bundle the different features that we have at Instaon into Instaon API. And so as you can see here, we have the categorization of keywords. So that's the project we did with EDI and Jot Internet Media. But we do have also like other features, like for example, keyword suggestions, ads generation, and also like other features, but I couldn't put all of them on the slides. So we would put them all together into one Instaon API, and it would allow agencies and software companies, SaaS mainly, to create advanced online advertising campaigns for the clients directly from the user interface. Regarding the go-to-market, it's quite straightforward. So we started in 2019 with a V1, a sample product for Google Ads, with a target segment of small businesses, solopreneurs, mainly in emerging markets. So how did we acquire them? We used our own tool in paid acquisition and paid ads acquisition. It is really good, well-performing. It still has a huge scalability. And today in 2021, we call ourselves SaaS for your online advertising because we don't only cover Google Ads, but also Facebook, Instagram, Microsoft, and we hope to add additional channels every single month to become really this all-in-one solution for SMBs and also agencies and software companies. So we are still targeting today small businesses, but now with a global focus. As you can see, we've been growing quite well. So today we have more than 6,500 monthly active users and 1,300 paid. We are still using this paid acquisition, so we're using our own tool through paid ads. But on top of that, we started doing SEO, content marketing, and some local PR. Post-EDI project in 2022, or even like here later in 2021, as I mentioned before, the idea is also to open a new target segment, agencies and software companies. We will continue using the acquisition channels that we have today that are working well, but on top of that, we would also start outbound sales. So with salespeople, the cool thing is that today we already have more than 600 existing partnership demands left on our website, from which 30% are actively demanding an API access. So that would be the start of this outbound sales acquisition. The market, of course, is huge. So we expect to have an online spending of 982 billion by 2025. Again, thanks to EDI and this new project, we are now addressing two other markets as well. So agencies and software companies, which are also representing a huge amount. So 50 billion and a 253 billion of dollars. So finally, the team behind this project and behind Instaon. So you have my two co-founders. So Patrick de Calouet, who's the CTO and used to work for the European Space Agency, and also Carlos Mandero, the little genius who led a lot this project of EDI and Jot Internet Media, and who used to work for the CERN. Of course, we also have this growing and talented engineering team and customer success team helping us daily within Instaon. So thank you, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Perfect, thank you. So please, jury panel, go ahead with the questions.
Yeah, if I may start, Kasim here. Yeah, thanks a lot for the presentation. So what I would like to understand is how does the media tech environment is a very crowded market with solutions at the moment, right? So
It is, yeah.
how does who are your direct competitors, and what is your USP there?
Okay, so we do have indeed, yeah, I mean, the market is quite crowded. We do have direct competitors such as Cobiro in Denmark, but I could, yeah, enumerate a lot of them. But we are different in the sense that we use way more automation. So a lot of companies and of competitors would definitely go for more advanced advertisers and would go for optimization of like running campaigns. What we are really doing here is really helping businesses from the start. So the creation of the campaigns, and what we're going to do in the future as well, is like even having pre-built strategies for given businesses, is really from the start having like the online campaign strategies and campaign creation being automated from the start. On top of that, of course, we're going to have the optimization and management going onwards as well. But we really take the entire scope, not only like one, for example, one segment of optimization for search ads.
Okay, understood. Thanks.
If I may have the second question, thank you very much for the pitch, Arno here. So you said that you have quite a great number of users already. So what about the pricing? When are you going to like turn on the pricing button, and how are you gonna do it, and what will be the like price for average one customer?
So yes, we do have already a lot of monthly active users and already paid. So what happened in the beginning, we remained for free. So we remained for free because we had like partnership with Google and with Microsoft. They're still actually going on, in which they actually like gave a kickback on the advertising expense of our advertisers. So even remaining free, we were profitable. So we remained free for the end users. So we could have a lot of data, train our AI until 2020, mid 2020. We started then with pricing. So the packages I mentioned here, so SaaS freemium model. So we started having SaaS packages plus a percentage of the advertising spend that we also take on top of it. And this has been working quite well. So we have more and more clients going into those premium packages. So today we have the free plan, a €9 plan, and a €99 plan. And then also a 499, but it's not always shown on the website. But given the plans, they have more support or less support, more features or less features as a normal SaaS model. So this is going well. So we do already have this pricing going on. If your question was also like regarding the agency and the softwares, of course, this is still like a work in progress because we still need to test a lot also with Jot Intended Media. So this would be for a later stage. Of course, the pricing that I put here was based on a benchmark, a benchmark of different competitors also using APIs as a pricing model. Of course, these prices might change in the future, given like the reaction of the market, etc. So this is still like hypothesis.
Okay, and so what you're saying is that you already have some revenue. So can you also like show what's the annual or like monthly recurring revenue and how you plan to grow this? And also one additional question is, do you need any extra financing from investors, or how do you plan to finance your business?
Okay, so for the moment we are fully bootstrapped. We haven't had any external investment. So today, like we have different, as I said, different like revenue channels. If we just don't take the partnership revenue channels, but what we really generate with the tool, we would have like 60,000 euros revenue per month. So the last one, it was 60,000 euros. But within this 60,000 euros, we also have some advertising spend from our users. So the gross margin today is about 28,000 a month, and this is growing month after month.
Sounds great.
Okay, Greg, thank you for this excellent presentation. Now you have a lot of users who've already been testing your platform. Can you describe to me who's the best customer profile from your perspective now that you tested the interaction with multiple kind of users?
Yes, so it's quite, how do you say, diverse, to be honest. But what I said and what you can see here on the slide it is mainly like small businesses from still emerging markets. So we do have a lot of customers from Brazil, a lot of customers from South Africa, from India as well. And so I would say it's more services websites than e-shops, but still we do have also e-shops coming in. The thing is about e-shops, I think our solution is not ready yet because we would need like integration with Shopify, Magento, which is also on the roadmap. So today, like the perfect customer would be more service websites from emerging markets. We can already deliver a lot of value for them within this, €9 packages, which is really not expensive compared to local agencies or other alternatives. So that's the exact like target group that's working really well today.
Great, thank you. So what kind of feedback you already received from this pool of customers that you consider are your best customer base? And what kind of adaptation you made based on that feedback?
Sure. So feedback is, of course, you have positive and negative feedback. We will only focus on the negative one. So the negative one is they need some guidance sometimes, even if we continue to automate more and more to understand the business, to suggest like where they should be present, starting with Google or Facebook, maybe cross-channel. But it is not ready yet. So what is missing today and what we are developing, and as I mentioned just before, is we need to also guide them way more in their online, journey. So what strategy they need to put in place, how to retarget people, etc. So the next big thing that we'll need to do is really like automate like pre-built strategies given a business type, so people really can go into like really advanced online advertising strategies and campaigns just in a few clicks. With the support of Instaon, of course, if they're like in a more pro plan, but that would be the next steps, and that would be the main feedback that we got. It's okay, it's working well. I think the campaigns are really, really great, but I need some more guidance, and this is what we're working on for the moment.
Okay, so now my last question is: can you tell me your strengths or advantages versus your competitor, and what other weaknesses that you still have versus your competitors?
Well, great question. So I think, our advantages is, as I said, we're really taking the entire scope, mainly like focusing on also like the creation of these online strategies, for people starting with online advertisement. I think, if they start with Instaon, they have really a lot of advantages. So the automation and the entire scope is really a big advantage. We don't have a lot of competitors doing this entire scope, but the cons of doing that is we have no one thing where we really niche, like for example, doing only e-shops or doing only optimization. So we would have competitors that is a better fit for more advanced users for a given, need, for example. The thing is, we will get there, but it takes time. It's an ambitious project, so we need to improve every single parameter of our scope and our product. But we take it, month after month. So we started with small businesses only with Google Ads from emerging markets because we could already deliver value there. And the go-to-market plan is really, to keep on building and improving the products with the customer feedback and become really, really like great and one of the best in the industry in every single niche, optimization, creation, even for e-shops at a certain moment if needed.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Just a piece of advice. It will maybe I missed it in your presentation. Have a clear comparison between you and competitor, and a clear long-term timeline how you're going to be developing your services based on what you just said. Thank you.
I will do it next time. Thank you a lot. Thanks a lot for the advice.
Thank you very much, Greg. Thank you, Instaon. It's now the turn to Amplify Analytics. So
You're welcome.
please
Thank you.
stop sharing the screen and Amplify Analytics, proceed.
Good morning, just sharing my screen. Please let me know when you can see it.
We can see it now. You put it maximize. You maximize it, please. Yeah. You may start. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Could I just check? Can you hear me well? Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And my slides are moving for you when I move them?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having us here. I'm here on behalf of Amplify Analytics. We come from corporate sales and marketing teams. And we founded Amplify with the goal of making every commercial decision better with data. And today, as you know, we're here to talk about a common problem, that of being relevant to your audience in digital marketing. I'll describe the problem quickly and our response to it before moving on to our business model and our go-to-market approach. Because if marketing has one goal, it's to reach customers when and where you can most influence their decision. Relevant companies, they win the click, they win the search, they win the buy. But the problem is being relevant at exactly those influence moments in changing conditions, such as weather, season, location, even time of day, is very difficult. But it is certainly worth tackling this challenge head on because search advertising continues to grow. It's a 20 billion market in Northern Europe alone, which is our current core market. The good news is that businesses can turn the challenge into an opportunity using data science, improving customers' experience, but also their return on advertising spend. And our solution helps exactly these kind of people to improve the relevance of ads in real time. Unlike alternatives that need historical data, our relevance model considers the visitor's current and changing conditions, like we mentioned, the time of day, the season, the location, to effectively win the click using a technique from data science called reinforcement learning. Let me give you a very quick flavor of what that actually looks like. So our customers' campaign managers can see where there's more potential to get a better return on investment at a very granular level. You can see, hopefully along the top, they can look at all kinds of geographical areas, campaign, country, region, city, all in changing conditions. They can hone in on geographical areas where there may be more potential for campaigns. This is really useful because many campaign teams, we've learned, serve Europe or even the whole world from one central location. They can analyze and learn from individual time periods. Here you see the red bars represent missed opportunities to get a better return. Campaign managers can use the tool to prevent this happening again. And finally, they can give the tool a budget, a bidding budget, which it will then optimize across campaigns, selecting those most likely to be relevant in the changing conditions we talked about, and essentially freeing up their time to spend more brain power on activities and strategies that cannot be automated. So let's look quickly now at some customer results so far. We have proven that relevant keywords lead to increases of more than 15% on click-through alone, with targeted cross and upsell opportunities as well. A major UK client estimates the ROI to be around 1 million euros, representing a 3% increase in online conversion. But our challenge was to see, could we scale this to success in a true big data environment? And we have proved that this model can work at scale in a huge big data environment, meeting and sometimes even outperforming JOT's KPIs in some cases. The next step is, of course, to operationalize it with JOT and with our other existing clients, with whom we already have a track record from our custom analytics business, which brings me on to an important point. Because we have a profitable analytics business already, which is where we learned and got to understand intimately about this need. But this custom analytics business is exactly that, too customized to scale propositions well. Through building our product, our goal is to create a continuous revenue stream rather than a project-based one. And by being plugged into our clients' ecosystems, we're much better positioned to act on their needs and fuel our future roadmap. So with this product, we will earn our money by offering a fully functional core product solution with a monthly license fee, which our clients can add on to depending on their needs. The core product is exactly this. It is the core and contains all of the functionality required by JOT. So let us now have a deep dive into who those clients are and what are their needs per client type. The paid search industry is made up of three key players: traditional media agencies, the digital specialists, and in-house paid search teams. And we target 2 of those, as you can see here on the screen. Fortunately, we already know the different personas, as we call them, the different actors within these companies, as these are our clients already. And we spent several sessions with JOT Senior Account Manager to ensure the solution met the needs of the team who was actually using it. Very important at Amplify. We use our insight to tailor the message for relevance, as you can see here, but the pricing and contract model is largely the same, which makes client manageable, scalable across the segments. During this phase, we actually prioritize our current customers and some prospects through our referral program, engaging them through small group discussions, and then moving on to service agreement discussions with them and with JOT so that we could test the commercial model. We also built awareness in the early funnel, but I'll come back to that later. Crucially, during these client discussions, we also learned a lot about alternatives and competition. We confirmed our positioning against alternatives. We now know that our clients' interest in us lies in our marketing domain expertise and the ability to bring a human into the loop to add business judgment to the data-driven approach. So in summary, our existing knowledge and learning gained during EDI has enabled us to prove the ROI at scale, refine our pricing models, and nurture new and existing clients. We're in serious discussion with 5 of our large existing clients. The increased focus on our company has helped us to attract new clients as well, and we have a realistic growth path taking us to 10 million in 3 years. So you can see it has been a very busy and very energizing time for us. And EDI has been our partner, our coach, all the way through, helping us to make smarter decisions with very impactful results, which I'd like to share now. I mentioned the early funnel. We have been massively accelerated in brand presence. 2 TV interviews talking about our company and EDI, invited to speak at conferences, reputable ones, like Data Natives and the Digital Marketing Forum. Our social media presence has absolutely gone through the roof, and we're very proud of the statistics that you see here. Last time, we presented with pride our 21-strong, diverse team. The experiment phase has enabled us to dedicate a product team, and we've made 5 new hires since November. We have our very first full-time product manager to add to our dedicated team. So you can see that we've gained a lot from EDI. And we're also very proud of our contributions to the broader EDI mission goals. We shared knowledge. It was a lot of fun. We shared knowledge with our fellow SMEs on BD techniques, for example, how to attract more customers. And we received knowledge in return. We've directly contributed to the EDI messaging and goals around diverse teams, and particularly around attracting women to the data science profession. We were the first Bulgarian company to participate, and we have, of course, recommended EDI to others. EDI has actually enabled us to pivot our business, and for this, we're very grateful. We're not doing product on the side anymore. We are now having our first product, a professional product team, and several interested clients. We feel very proud to have completed these major milestones. We have a product that performs, a dedicated team, and interested clients. And we've had constant support and coaching and webinars from EDI, which has really shaped and accelerated our progress. We really want to join the next phase to boost our learning in product sales. We're new to this, to attract new prospects and to help build this company's long-term sustainable growth. And so to close, I would just like to say that we're at an inflection point here. We have our deep experience in custom analytics. We know our customers. We have a strong order book and a good P&L. We're a profitable company. We've created 26 jobs in the last 3 years. And we're convinced that working with EDI and getting more of the expert support we've experienced so far, we have a winning formula to grow strongly in the years to come. So I'd like to invite you to let us amplify our digital performance together. Thank you very much. I will stop sharing my screen and be happy to take your questions.
Okay, go for it.
Hello, Laura, if I may ask.
Hello, Kasim.
First of all, thanks a lot for the great presentation. I think that was really well pitched.
Thank you.
You mentioned that you're profitable already. Could you maybe speak a bit on, because you're trying to win big corporates and as clients, could you maybe speak a bit on customer acquisition costs versus the lifetime value on the revenue streams there as well? So how much money are you making over the lifetime and how much does it cost to win a client?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've been in a very fortunate position that when we founded Amplify, we had a strong professional network. So 95% of our business actually comes through referrals. Mm-hmm. And with referral, what I mean is our professional network actually recommending Amplify to others. So the acquisition costs there have been extremely low. These are word of mouth professional recommendations. That's the first part. Second part, we have focused on taking our own medicine, if you like, using our own tools. So we use web scraping and other data science techniques to find lookalike customers, ones that we know through investigating their personas we can serve well. And then we use a different data science technique, similar to the one I was discussing today, which works out where we work out which kind of people should we send emails to, cold emails, at which time for maximum conversion. And so this is done by half an FTE in such times. So that's also why we chose to kind of prioritize our existing customers and prospects so that our cost of acquisition would remain manageable for us as we were learning and growing this business.
Mm-hmm. And the revenue stream, so how much are you making over the lifetime and how long is the lifetime of the client?
Yeah, so as I mentioned during my presentation, one of our main challenges is that a lot of our revenue is project-based.
Yeah.
So in 2020, for example, we made 1.3 million in revenues from about 15 main projects and a few smaller projects as well. The issue with that, as you know, is that it's not this continuous revenue stream, right? It is really hunting for projects. Yes. on a regular basis. And it's also why we wanted to leverage our brainpower and our IP to create something more sustainable, a lasting asset that means something to our customers because of our domain knowledge, but also that means something to us in terms of a continuous revenue stream and more stable guaranteed revenues.
Mm-hmm. But will you then, I have an add-on question on that, will you then need to change the product in order to get like recurring revenues and switch from project revenues? Or what will be the development you need in order to get there? Because then it could be a very scalable and interesting business if the customer acquisition costs, if they remain low. And
correct.
Then, so that's, yeah.
Yeah, no. So our project business was based on multiple propositions that were repeatable, but you couldn't really call them a product.
Yeah.
They weren't scalable enough. So the product we've built together with EDI is we've been proving that we can now scale it across customers. And that's very interesting for us because indeed it means that we can scale it across our markets. And even just through doing that, we've attracted a lot of interest, organic interest, without actually advertising it. We haven't advertised it yet, other than the kind of noise you get through being in a brilliant organization like EDI. And we will apply our learned techniques. But we're also challenging ourselves to think slightly differently about the product. That's why I said we've pivoted our culture as well, because it's a different business for us. Ideally, you want clients to be able to plug and play. So your cost of onboarding clients is not as big as we have in our project business. These are the sort of things we'd really love to learn a bit more about in Evolve with the commercialization kind of coaching that you get in the Evolve phase.
Yeah. Excellent. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
I'm afraid we should start switching to the next company.
That's fine. I think, Laura, you did a perfect presentation, so it's quite clear for me. And thank you very much, Anu here.
Thank you, Anu.
Thank you, Laura. Just one point, Laura, to think about it is, your project very well. Now you need to know your playground very well. As a business, as you were saying, transforming into a sustainable business. What concerns me, I don't want an answer now because we don't have time, but think about it. The benefits, the impact, the return of investment versus the size of the company. a 10% for a multi-billion-dollar company, that will be very good, but maybe a 10% for a couple of million-dollar company, that might be as as impactful as you see. So thank you and good luck.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take that there for sure into account, Fadi. Thank you for your feedback.
Thank you very much, Laura. We have to switch now to Verchable team, please. Share the screen.
I'm sorry, am I the only one who's not seeing anything?
Yes, there's no screen sharing.
Yeah, the issue is that the team that should have connect. Here it is. Abby ahora. So can you please share your screen and start presenting? Yeah. Abby, can you please share your screen and start presenting?
Absolutely.
Sorry about the issue, no, because we didn't want all of you to be around in the Zoom channel. We will be faster and more careful from now on. So don't worry, your time starts counting from now. So go ahead, Abby.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diego. Just wanted to make sure that everyone can hear and see my screen.
We can see it perfectly.
Great. Well, hello, everyone. I'm Abby, CEO and co-founder of Verchable. At Verchable, we are building next-generation video search and understanding using proprietary computer vision. During the EDI program, we were challenged by VRT, and the challenge that we were solving was for the automatic search and retrieval of face, gender, and actions for VRT's videos. What VRT did was they asked us to identify people on screen for their news team who were currently talking, recognize who it was who was talking and what their gender was, for them to understand gender representation and diversity inside their videos. Now, what VRT challenged us to do is actually very significant and indicative of what the entire industry today is facing, which is they don't understand what's inside videos. And currently, there is no way to do video search without manual tags. And this is what we're solving at Verchable. Our mission at Verchable is to make the world's videos searchable by teaching computers to understand videos the same way humans do. Currently, media companies and companies that have videos in general are losing out on millions because they don't understand what's inside their content. To understand what's in their content, they need effective metadata. Now, without having this effective metadata, they have subpar performances across things such as search and visibility, licensing or monetization opportunities, editorial use of archive content, in the case of VRT, content and performance analytics that they requested us to do, or things such as recommendation systems, personalization systems, advertising, and the list goes on. All of this depends on metadata. Now, current metadata processes are inefficient and cannot contextually understand videos. Most tools today that exist are capturing surface level information on videos. You know, who made the video, who was the creator, the title, the camera. Basically, on the YouTube video that you're currently watching is the stuff around the video that is currently searchable. And all of this is mostly manual. Most AI today is capturing only image level information and cannot contextually understand what's happening inside a video. And this is where we're coming in. Today, dark data over here is not captured. Things such as timestamped and spatially aware information on people, places, who's in a video, what are the actions they're engaging in, what is their gender, when and where they occur, is not being captured at all. Moreover, these processes are unscalable due to both volume and costs. Can you imagine to tag 1 hour of video content, to tag metadata on that? It takes 3 man-hours and about 60 pounds to generate and populate all of that information. All of this is really manual and quite unscalable. This is where we come in. At Verchable, we are building next generation video search that can understand videos at scale using low computation power, which is currently not really possible. What we do is we first find out using our proprietary computer vision what's inside the content, such as people, places, actions, etc. We then make that retrievable and searchable, and then as a final step, enable analytics on top of that to make this content intelligent, achieving scale and cost efficiency. If you compare this slide to what I was talking about before, now instead of 3 hours to tag 1 hour of video, we're now able to do that in less than 24 seconds. We're about 90% cheaper at 6 pounds per hour of video, also because of the low computation aspect, making our solution very scalable. Now, all of this is possible because we have achieved a scientific breakthrough. Our tracking AI functions at 4,000 frames per second, which is about 150 times faster than real-time streaming speed. As you can see over here, what's going on is our AI is understanding and segmenting all the different objects on screen, but then going one level deeper and understanding who is it on screen. So it's Donald Trump and Shinzo Abe. What are they doing? They're shaking hands. What is the screen time? The objects, the scene, emotions, categories, all of this thing we're doing through our contextual video engine. Over here, I explain a little bit about what the technical aspect is of what we're doing, where we've actually combined a proprietary tracking AI, which is at the 4,000 frames per second, that allows us to understand videos as a whole. And we're combining it with things such as face recognition, action recognition, object detection to get to that contextual video engine. Now, for the EDI challenge for VRT, we have repurposed this video engine to find out what VRT had asked us for. As you can see in this video, we ran some newsroom videos through our technology to understand who's on screen, right? We assigned them an ID, right? And VRT can go in there and write out the name of the person who's actually on screen and build up their own facial recognition database if they would like. We then understand what the gender is. Over here, 0 is for women, 1 is for men. It's a binary thing that we're doing. And then as you can see over here, we're only finding the people who are actually talking on screen and not actually counting the people who are not talking on screen. So now this is something that's pretty revolutionary and something that VRT had requested us to do. Now, this video goes on for a while, but as you can see, there's what we're also doing over here is in the backend, we're calculating which gender and which person is talking for how long. And then what we're doing over here, as you can see, we've created a demo of a dashboard for VRT, where VRT can actually put in the search terms that they would like, and now this is very flexible. VRT had only requested actions for talking, for example, but we're able to do that for over 700 different actions. So now someone can go in there and search for, in this example, women talking inside a studio, right? And what we do is we provide you things such as gender balance in a video and actually give you proper information and analytics on who's on screen, how long are they on screen for, how are they talking, and actually tell you for VRT, they wanted at least 40 to 60% women representation in their videos. So we're making sure that we're providing all of that information. Now, this is very simple. This is something we built for VRT, but can be used across any media system. What we do is we plug into media customers' existing systems and start unlocking value. So we can connect to your existing video storage or CMS systems for both archive and live, which gives us a lot of opportunities in the future as well. And then generate timestamped spatially aware metadata, and then use this Verchable metadata to influence search and archive monetization recommendation systems. Our first target market is targeting media and entertainment companies. Our beachhead target market, which is media, TV, and news, we've calculated using a bottom-up market sizing strategy to about 13.5 billion, and we have evidence to believe that this market can grow up to 72 billion, considering the amount of video content that is available online today. Our tech and focus gives us significant defensibility over existing competition. As you can see, we're one of the cheapest solutions on the market today. We're 150 times faster than most other solutions today. We provide not only contextual understanding, but also time-based metadata to elevate understanding beyond just image level into video. And our focus being solely on media and entertainment, which most solutions today are not doing. Our business model, we are pricing our metadata product according to usage. For our tier 1 sort of smallest customers that we have, which are customers about 1,000 hours or so of video yearly, the average revenue per account we're looking at is about 10,000 and price about £8 per hour of content. As you can see over here, this keeps increasing. Well, the price keeps decreasing as the number of hours and the video content that are and the size of the customer keeps increasing over time. We're first concentrating on tier 1 and tier 2 customers at this point. Now, none of this would have been possible without my co-founder, Denise. Denise is our CTO and the brains behind the technology. Denise used to lead a computer vision team as a research scientist working on billion-dollar surveillance projects at Aselsa, which is one of Europe's largest defense companies. She's also created one of the world's fastest multiple object tracking algorithms that really forms the basis of our tech stack today. I'm Abi, CEO and co-founder of Verchable. I used to run partnerships and ops at Dubsmash, a video social network with 200 million users, thus knowing firsthand the problems that come with media companies and large video libraries. I've also scaled startups in San Francisco, Berlin, and India, and I am now building Verchable in the UK. We are backed by Entrepreneur First, University of Cambridge, Skydeck, UC Berkeley, as well as EDI and the Media Motor Europe program. And I think I'm just about up on my time, so happy to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you, Abi, for this.
Please go ahead. Please
yes,
go ahead.
Thank you for this presentation. I have a lot of questions, but I will leave room to my colleagues. I just want a piece of advice. Your technology is very beautiful, and I have it has a future. But I advise you to revisit your value proposition because there is a lot of value that you can provide that you're missing right now. Okay, so revisit your value proposition and you have an interesting technology. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you don't mind, I had a quick question for you, just like a little clarification on that. Are you referring to the value proposition on targeting media companies, or are you talking about we're be better off in a different industry? I didn't quite.
No, it's in every industry, when you redefine the power of your technology and what kind of value you can provide, then you can map each, if you want, a set of value with specific industry. You can start with the media industry. That's very beautiful, and definitely they have a need for it. But for example, combining image recognition and dissection with also speech recognition to analyze a more, if you want, in-depth contextual analysis, that would be very beautiful. It might be useful in the TV media industry, definitely, but also it might be useful in other industries. So when you redefine what kind of, if you want, value proposition your powerful technology can provide, then you can target multiple sections. It will give you a much longer roadmap for the future. You can start with what industry and then jump and grow in multiple industries.
Great. Thank you so much for your advice. Really appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Hi from my side as well. Thank you very much for the nice overview and for the pitch. Actually, maybe as a small advice at the first, I was already writing down all the questions in business aspect that I was missing on the first 2 quarters of your pitch. And then really quickly you went through the business side super quickly, and I was like, okay, tell me more. So maybe I have a question related with the business aspect. So first of all, do you have any revenue yet? If yes, then what's the revenue and who's the customers? Okay, maybe you can just answer it right away. So
yeah, absolutely. So pretty easy. We are actually pre-revenue at this time. Over the last year, we've been focusing a lot on R&D, and EDI came at a perfect time because it allowed us to work with VRT to get our first product into the market. So we have our API now ready to use. Over the next few quarters, we're going full speed ahead on converting a lot of the pilots that we have right now into revenue-generating customers.
Sure. So who would be your first clients to go to. So who you're gonna target first? Do you already have some ideas who to like turn to or send messages or?
Absolutely. So we are starting off with our tier 1 customers, which are mostly sort of small online media companies that are starting off, who have very low red tape, and we can adapt our solution to them pretty fast. We're then moving on to a lot of TV production studios, right? And that's sort of where VRT fits in as well. So that's our initial go-to-market. Over time, we're starting to look at a lot of film and other big media companies as well, which are enterprise level customers, but that we believe is going to come within 6 to 8 months from now.
Sure. And in your this very last slide, you said for investment inquiries, please contact. Can you just open up what's the investment that you're looking for, or what's the plan on this side?
Yes, absolutely. So, right now we're actually not opening up our seed funding round. We have raised quite a significant amount so far through Entrepreneur First and UC Berkeley Skydeck already, and the EDI program. So while we, sort of get to revenue, we're then going to start opening up our round later in the year. So right now we're not disclosing any details about that, but happy to chat offline and provide you some more information on that.
Thanks.
Thank you, Anu.
Hello, Abi Kazim here. I have one question as well, and maybe one advice. I think when you're presenting really, really well, and so the pronunciation is perfect, but I think it's a bit too fast sometimes. So, it's very difficult to follow everything. So, but my question would be, what is the exact use case you will make money with? I understood that there is a lot of potential. I think the technology is also great. But what I missed a bit is what will be the exact use case where you can say that the customer, the client is also willing to pay you money for it.
Got it. Yeah. So our first product is a metadata product. What this means is, actually over here, just quickly. Yeah. So we are taking a piece of video and tagging what's going on inside that video. So things such as actions, people, etc. Now, a lot of companies today are doing this manually, and they have loggers who are sitting and logging this content manually. So we're replacing those loggers, those manual loggers, for this metadata product. So that's our first product, and that's what people are going to be paying for. Currently, they're spending £60 on these manual loggers to tag 1 hour of video, reducing that by 90%. And that's our first step to market.
Okay.
Guys,
great.
We should stop. I'm sorry. So I think we have to switch to ID Word. Mattia Fossi, please share the screen. Thank you, Abby, for your great effort. Okay, we can see your screen.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Perfectly, yes.
In which case, I'll start. Good morning. My name is Mattia Forgi. I'm the CEO and founder of ID Word, which is the first on-device data platform for privacy-preserving marketing. We started ID Word because we were fed up with the way digital marketing works. At present, our data is a commodity, our privacy is compromised, and our choices are made by algorithms. So we had a vision to empower users to take control of their digital identity and brands to reach their audiences in a privacy-preserving way. Well, luckily, our vision is not just our vision, it's very much in line with what the regulators want. So far, companies have been pretty much monitoring every interaction we have with digital content, products and services, and then sharing that information about consumers through third-party cookies and device identifiers and other tracking technology. GDPR changed all that, or challenged all that, because it gives consumers the right to actually have more control over the personal data. And this is fundamentally incompatible with the way digital marketing works. So while data protection authorities have not levied big fines on digital marketing companies, they put pressures on the gatekeepers, Google and Apple, to do something about it. So they started phasing out cookies and advertising IDs, and this will continue in 2022. When that happens at scale, companies will no longer be able to target their marketing, and they will lose up to 60% of their revenues. As a byproduct of this, the monopoly over data and over advertising online will strengthen by the walled gardens such as Google and Facebook. So the industry, the open web advertising and the free internet, that we all rely on needs a solution right now. So we took a fairly philosophically simple approach, but technically complex. We created an on-device data platform based on 3 principles. The first is zero-party data, whereby publishers and advertisers don't need to collect any personal information for targeting. The second is this on-device anonymization, where data is aggregated and anonymized on the user device. And the third is privacy by default, where privacy must be protected without asking the user to take any action. This also is commercially intelligent because users want privacy protected, but they actually don't want to bother making many difficult choices every time their data is tracked. So with that created ID Word, and it's based on 3 products, if you will, or 3 components. The first is consent management. We provide a service for publishers who have the relationship with the audience, and it collect data, collect the consent by users to be tracked, and collect data across domains, browsers, devices, and native apps. We use a self-sovereign ID to aggregate the data on the user device, and then we use decentralized machine learning to anonymize the data on the device and create audience segments based on interest, preferences, and purchase intent. And it's these segments that advertisers need, so they can actually target groups of users without holding any personal information. The benefits of ID Word are not just that it's an ethical and compliant solution, but actually it will allow both publishers and brands to recover revenues and lost audiences right now. So there are cookieless environments such as Safari, Firefox, or the Facebook browser, where these companies are already losing money. So a cookieless solutions that actually is able to provide the same data quality would improve placement of ad inventory, bid success rate, reduce GDPR liability for the publishers, and then for brands, it would increase marketing ROI, estimated by 50%, provide much better campaign metrics, and most importantly, or equally as importantly, align the brands with the customer values, which is increasingly critical for especially millennials. This is a huge problem in a massive market. So digital advertising is $400 billion market. Our target market is programmatic advertising, which is worth about $87 billion a year. And if we scale the way we can scale, we estimate at maturity we can take up to 300 million a year of that revenue. Sounds huge, but so are the companies in this space. Our business model at the moment is SaaS, software as a service. We provide annual licenses on an impression base. So it tiers, the bigger the publisher advertiser, the larger the number of impressions, the more money we make. And deal sizes at the moment are between $150,000 and $500,000. And we project that over the next 5 years, if we are able to capture the disruption that's coming in 2022 and 2023, by year 5, we can generate in excess of $30 million a year with gross margins of around 35 to 40%. And this is by selling a product both to publishers and brands and advertisers. The margins are pretty similar. Being such a huge problem, a lot of really big and smart companies are looking at it and trying to solve it. So we keep monitoring the market for new entrants and disruptive solutions. We categorize them in 6 types of competitors. There are traditional data management platforms that are trying to update their offers. There are companies creating universal IDs, first-party data management platforms, publisher-owned platforms, and data clean rooms. And then it's ID Word as its own kind of category-defining solution on device data platform. The problem with these competitive solutions is that all of them struggle with balancing the data quality that's necessary for really good commercial returns with the compliance with GDPR requirements. And there's a lot of GDPR requirements that people are simply ignoring. Also, there's been a recent ECJ solution where ECJ decision whereby data shouldn't be disclosed outside of the EU, and everyone is ignoring that. So balancing out these 2 competing interests, privacy and data quality, is escaping most companies. Most of them, unsurprisingly, tend to prioritize the commercial returns over compliance. But that's a short-lived solution. And Apple is actually becoming the policeman of the world, trying to enforce regulation where countries cannot. As the only solution that combines privacy with data quality, we've had a relatively good well, relatively easy time selling our proposition to the market and a very good reception. We closed our first few deals in late 2020, and we have a qualified pipeline of 2 million annual recurring revenues. So far, we're focusing on publishers, but we are also starting to target marketers. And we have interest and some ongoing conversations and partnerships with some of the largest media agencies in the world. We put together a really strong team. I'm really proud of them because I'm not the smart guy. The smart guys are the technical guys, but at least what I bring to the table is I understand the law, because that's my background. So we between us, we cover both compliance and technical aspects. And most importantly, we put together a really stellar board of advisors with people who have access to pretty much all the big names in publishing and advertising, and are really helping out, shaping our strategy and having those conversations. At the moment, we're bootstrapped and we won two EU grants, but we are raising our seed round, which is about 500 to 700,000 pound investment on a 3 million pre-money valuation. We already have 350,000 pound committed, and we're hoping to close the round very soon. If we do so, we'll have a runway of about 18 months, but we're planning to reach 50,000 pound monthly recurring revenues by the end of 2021. Which would then trigger a new fundraise of Series A fundraise. And that's necessary really to be in a strong position in 2022 and capture much of the market disruption that will happen when Chrome starts turning off their cookies. So why would we want to be part of Evolve? I think this is a key time. We actually really need to close this funding round very fast. The market opportunity is also pressure on us because we need to move fast. So we need to close funding. Most importantly, we need to connect with EU customers very quickly so that we can prove ROI and scale fast. So please support ID World and join the data revolution. Thank you.
Okay, Yuri, go ahead.
Hello, Mattia, if I may start with the question. Thanks a lot for the presentation. I have a question. You've mentioned a bit the partnerships and your revenue plans. So what are the key partnerships you will need to set up now in order to reach these revenue plans? Of course, you will have your own sales and stuff, but in the ecosystem, so who are the key players you will need to partner right now?
Thanks for the question. It's something we spent some time thinking about. So essentially, we have two routes here. We can go and sign deals with publishers one by one, which is something like companies like Permutive have been doing, but they are a massive company right now. But they've taken years. It's taken 4 or 5 years before the publisher community started accepting them, and we don't have that luxury. The change is now, and people are looking for a solution now, and it will increase in 2022. So in order to scale fast, we have two routes. The first is we partner, we work with supply-side platforms, which are ad tech companies that aggregate ad inventory from hundreds of different publishers. And so by working with them, we reach out to their customers directly. The second route is actually connecting the buy side with the sell side. So looking at the brands, looking at the media agencies that represent those brands. And then essentially our pitch to them is quite simple. Right now, you cannot reach your target audiences in cookieless environments because you don't know who people are and what their traits are. If we convince them, and we have data to convince them that actually the best way is using ID World, then the money follows. We can go to publishers and say, do you want to work with brand XYZ? And the answer is most likely to be absolutely yes. So it's the chicken and egg a little bit. We need an audience to be appealing to the brand, and then we need a brand to be appealing to the publishers. But it's happening.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
If I may, thank you for the presentation. My question is, I'm sorry if I missed that. So basically, do you consider only Europe as your market, or what it takes to have the world as a market?
Europe is, for once, a few years ahead of the rest of the world, but the rest of the world will follow very quickly. So GDPR is Europe plus UK, which I guess is still Europe. But the US is following suit. So they have the equivalent of GDPR is called CCPA, which is a California law, and it's very similar in terms of privacy requirements. More and more states are enacting the same sort of legislation. and they're expecting to have a federal law equivalent to GDPR very soon. So that means the whole world will be operating under the same privacy kind of level, because of the size of the EU and the US market means pretty much everyone else will have to adapt. Even before the US changes their law, the technology change, the turning off of cookies, is going to impact everyone in the world. Now, the problem is, if there is no compliant solution like on-device data, then those marketers are going to default on cookieless solutions that are not privacy compliant, like device fingerprinting, which is really, really dodgy way of tracking people's behavior. So for some time, we expect that in the US, they will probably be trying and sustain a current business model, but this will become more and more unsustainable in 2022, 2023, and the US will fall into line. So we need to conquer Europe now, and then we need to demonstrate it works and scale across the pond.
So, and just one more add up on competitor side, you mentioned like categories of competitors, but so who's the competitor that's stepping on your toes, like really at this moment, and how are you better than this very certain competitor?
So I think at this moment, there's a lot of confusion in the market. The main competitor is the fact that particularly publishers tend to worry a financial quarter away, right? So if this problem, if we can demonstrate they make money now, they will listen. If they can make money on something else, even if it's a little bit privacy dodgy, they will probably choose to make money until the regulator forces their hand. So there isn't a competitor that in the long term worries us. Some of these, in fact, data clean rooms, for instance, are not direct competitors because you can use both systems. So from our perspective, the main challenge is not that there are companies that worry us in the long term. It's more is the culture change and the ability to embrace something that essentially is pretty much a revolution in the way companies manage their data. But we have an entry into that, which is none of these companies are solving the Safari and Firefox problem because they just the numbers are crashed down. So if we can go there and show them return on investment, that's our niche to start from.
Okay, thank you, Mattia, for the presentation. Quickly, I didn't see how you're going to grow your market base. In 2020, you had some validation, you had some penetration, but what's your strategy? How you're going to grow your market base? And when you were answering Kasim, you use a lot of if. We want to know how you're going to do it, how you're going to take advantage of this opportunity to penetrate and grow your market. That's the question. Two advices: revisit your market size. I think it should be bigger. I'm not an expert, but my expectation. And it would be good if you put a simple comparison in your presentation, like with cookieless, what kind of data is going to be passed versus the current data is passed through cookie, and how the cookieless data will still enable the marketeer to target their audience and generate sales. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess the first question is how we going to scale. Yeah. I'll give you an example. We were very close to signing a deal with a supply side platform about last month, but they needed us to develop a specific bit of a product that works with their stack. We didn't have the developers. So we need to raise money to hire people to build the technology to partner with someone that is really, really big. Also, we need to have enough money in the bank that if our cost projection are marginally wrong, we don't go broke in 2 weeks because we have nothing. So essentially, it's not as desperate really, but we need to be established to work with the bigger players. So at the moment, we're dragging our feet because we're just not ready to work with the largest players. But there is a lot of interest. So I think the number one goal for us is to actually have metrics, precise metrics about how much money we are helping publishers and brands make in cookieless environment. And once we have that and we have the solid financial position, then we have a pipeline to exploit very quickly.
Mattia,
sorry.
2 seconds. My advice, Mattia, work on your investment readiness, because this is very important. What you just said is important, but you need to project this toward your investor, toward anyone who's listening to you in any pitching stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry that I had to interrupt. Thank you very much, Mattia, for your great presentation. Now is the turn for Alexandru Stan from IN2. So please go ahead.
Hi, good morning. I hope that you can hear me and that you can see my screen.
Yes, very well.
Perfect. So my name is Alexandru Stan. I'm from IN2 Digital Innovations, and our mission is to make content accessible. I'm very excited to be here today and to pitch to you the solution that we have developed for the VRT challenge of automatic content chaptering of video content. So first, let's step a bit back. And well, this picture already says a lot. We know that television has been at the center of attention for many decades. And well, some things have changed in this photo was taken. And today, the situation looks pretty much like this. So now there are many more channels, many more distribution channels, many more devices. So you have, if you are like me, you have quite a few options. And as a hint, I prefer what I have in my hand, mobile. But one thing that has remained true since the beginning of television is that content is king and stays king. And so much so, we have seen this during the time of this pandemic. And in fact, the trends that already started some years ago in terms of multi-channel distributions and content for multi-devices, this has been accelerated during the lockdown. And we have seen that numbers for the hours spent by the average person, they're up the roof. The usage of the streaming services has doubled. The large players in the market for streaming, they have signed up a lot of new customers. So it's a very rapidly changing industry. Now imagine you're a broadcaster and you are in this 2021. How you used to look at the content lifecycle, where you would spend a lot of money, create high quality content, you would then manage it, find out the right distribution channels, then go to the archive, and pretty much that's where the journey of the content would end before. But it's, of course, if you wish, this is a bit like being an investment, and after your first successful exit, you take the money and you put it under the bed. The real value right now, and at this point for anyone who's in this industry, is in the last part of the content lifecycle, in the retrieval and the repurposing. The problem with this is that retrieval and repurposing of content is difficult. It's hard. And why is it hard? Well, because in order to be able to find the content, in order to be able to understand what it is, you need excellent annotations and excellent data. And to give an example from our data provider, from VRT, at the moment, they only have 5 out of the 200 plus shows available for their video on demand platform, annotated and chapters, because they have to do this manually. The annotation process, this is a painstaking process that is simply impractical to do at scale. So there's some good news. What if you could basically save costs while allowing your employees not to manually annotate content, but to focus on creative tasks for which they're better suited? What if you could create more value from your existing video assets that are somewhere in your archive? And what if you can access the video and snippets of those videos based on the topics, and really know and understand what you have in your archive and what the value of that is, and that you can actually capitalize on it. The good news is that you can do this, and this is what we have done in EDI with VRT. Our solution, how does it work? Well, we take the existing videos, the audiovisual data basically, and the existing metadata. Usually there are subtitles, there might be some additional information about titles, rundown and such. This all comes together in the brain of of our system to be a bit more technical, this is a multimodal approach to extracting, let's say, features and then clustering this together. And then it provides back to the broadcaster a series of time-coded video chapters per each video, time-coded topics that are discussed during those chapters, a number of keywords, so things that are within those topics. We are able to see which people and which places have been mentioned. So it's quite detailed. And it does this 4 times faster than the duration of the video. So if you have a 1-hour video, you only need 15 minutes. It's a huge improvement in terms of efficiency. Now, the market is huge without looking at the entire media and entertainment market, because that is really huge. And just looking more specifically at what we're targeting, the multi-platform content delivery market. This is about 800 million estimated. This was 2019, actually, those figures. So, and this has grown a lot since then. So we see that this is a huge opportunity. And in fact, it's important to mention that the multi-platform content delivery, it's something that is driving technology purchases for broadcasters. If we look at what's the situation in the world, there are about 27,000 TV channels. 1,000 of those are in Europe. About 8% of those are public, the rest are private. And our target market in the beginning is to reach 100 of those teams. We see that our solution is very specialized for the broadcasting market, but also very innovative. It uses all the new state-of-the-art technologies for AI, for data analysis. On the other hand, we see that there is some competition, of course, but those are either very specialized providers that are not so innovative as we are, or very innovative providers that are not specialized in their solution for the broadcasting market. So we're in a very good spot here. Who is behind IN2? Well, we have a very multidisciplinary team with different skills and expertise. George is the founder, and he has a background in research, AI. When we need something related to product, we go to Konstantina, she is our product guru. Then, of course, for anything that is related to development, Preslav is our go-to hacker, and he's a genius when it comes to that. And myself, I'm usually, let's say, enjoying a lot of Zoom calls. I do a lot of the business development, and I sit also in steering boards of media and creative industry groups in Europe. So I have a good connection to the target group, in fact. Some achievements so far. So since we have started EDI, we have signed a contract with the BBC. We have become an official supplier for data science and machine learning, web development, backup development, and hosting and operation. Also, we have established new collaborations and got some high quality business lead. We have also started a project related to AI and education with a contract value of 170K. And previously, the past years, our platform has been used in other industries, for example, in events by the Frankfurter Buchmesse, or tourism by Destination Management Association like Visit Tuscany. So we have a great track record there. Now, we see that from the perspective of the market, of the broadcasters, the solution that we have built is good, and they need it, they want it. For VRT, this was a huge statement from them, saying that this would be a really great increase in their efficiency, because they would, in fact, be able to chapter and annotate those 200 plus shows, which they have. What we see as the roadmap for the upcoming period, we want to expand the team and make an aggressive market push. For this, we were able to get a contract value of about 1.5 million euros over the next 3 years. And this will allow us then also in already our second year to have a positive cash flow for the solution and become a trusted partner for broadcasters around Europe. So the future is bright. Join us in this journey to shape the multi-channel future of content. We provide a cost-effective method for content annotation. It opens up new opportunities for the content repurposing, and we are looking for partners, mentors, and investors. And I'm looking forward now to your feedback and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alejandro. Good presentation. I have 2 points. First, when you presented your current traction, your contract with BBC, and what you're currently doing, you got me a little bit lost. Are you a software development company specialized in AI, or you have a specific product that you're pushing in the media sector? That's first. Second, when you did your comparative analysis with the acts with the other player, I would love to know more specific attribute or specific KPI, how you're compared. Innovation, it's a big word. So what are the specific features that you are providing, they are not providing, and vice versa? Thank you.
Super. So first, to your first question, thank you for this. Yes, we come with a background, of course, in AI and software development, but we have a product especially targeted now for the broadcasting industry. So this is what we have done with VRT in Eddy. Now, related, because of how the industry is, sometimes for the public broadcasters, you need to go through public tendering process in order to win the contracts to bring solutions to their teams. So that's how the process works. It's a part of the specifics of this industry, basically. Now, in terms of the competitors and the analysis there, let's say the more established providers there, they usually do not have this type of innovation capability. The solutions they offer, they're very tightly integrated. They're not flexible. They're monolithic solutions, and they don't include this state-of-the-art technologies. In fact, they're more focused on the, let's say, day-to-day workflow of the content. If you remember the initial content lifecycle, they look at this managing distribution and with the archive, but they don't really go into this retrieval and repurposing part.
Okay, just a piece of advice. Put a table of comparison and focus on features, not on value proposition. It's very good that you are pitching your value proposition, but don't compare to other value proposition in terms of competition. Compare yourself toward features that are going to impact and benefit your end customer. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for this.
Hey, Alexandra, I have one question. You mentioned that you need 1.5 million, right? So what I didn't fully understand is the use of funds. I understood that you're looking to hire people.
Just to clarify, the 1.5 million is something that we already now have as a pipeline for the next 3 years. So this is money that we have secured.
Okay. So what will be the key hires going forward? So who will you hire in order to develop the company?
Because of our model, we need to expand the sales teams as well as the tech team, because we have a mixed model of projects. There's some custom project a development for each customer, but also licenses, of course. So we need to have both teams in place in order to cope with increasing demand.
Okay, yeah, understood.
Hi from my side as well. So you got me a bit carried away, and I'm sorry, I didn't actually understand how will you make money? What's the business model behind this, and who will be your first customer?
Right. We are selling licenses to content owners, broadcasters, but it can be other content owners as well, like archives, for instance. So licenses for the software, for the solution. And also we are doing for them custom developments on a project basis. So there are two streams, basically. What we see is that, and we know this market quite well, is that generally always off-the-shelf solution does not fit their needs because of the specific let's say, peculiarities which their content and their existing metadata have in the systems which they're using, because they're very proprietary, not necessarily, let's say, on a standard basis. And they need also project work from us, but also they, of course, we will license to them the software. So there are two streams, the licenses and the projects, basically.
So you're planning to like scale on the licensing side and then have the project-based thing like just adding up?
Yes, and as I mentioned, we from our experience, it's seldom that we can only sell a license and the customer can implement everything on their own. Usually, they need the additional expertise in order to make the customization of the solution for their particular setup.
So how do you see this scaling?
That's why I was mentioning before to Kasim that we need to hire both salespeople and tech people, because as we get more sales and more customers, then of course we need to have more people to actually work on these customization projects as well.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you very much. We made it so far. We made
Time for a coffee.
presentations. Now we are going to go for a small break. At 11 a.m. we will return with Thomas Rappel from Divizend. So yeah, relax, walk a bit, and we are back at 11 a.m. sharp. Okay, thank you. Thank you, IN2 for your presentation.
Thank you very much, everyone. Enjoy your coffee break.
Having joined already, start sharing the screen, and in 5 minutes, 5 seconds, you can start with your presentation. Go ahead, please.
So can you hear me all?
Very well, and we can see the screen very well too.
Okay, thank you. So hello, my name is Thomas Rappold. I'm the CEO and co-founder of the new German wealth tech fintech Divizend. We help investors maximize their dividend returns. Imagine you own dividend stocks from outside your home country, like Nestle from Switzerland. You have this problem of double taxation of your dividend. You get taxed twice, withholding tax and income tax. And at the moment, refund opportunities are widely missed out because of fiscal complexities and technical challenges. Although the European Commission recommended a solution since 2000, but nothing happened till now. Investors have to get familiar with different reclaim documents in different languages and mostly paper-based, as you can see in the screen. Our aim is to digitize these complex reclaim forms with an intuitive front end. Our B2C software helps private investors to reclaim their taxes by automating the withholding tax refund process in a very convenient way, as you can see on our Divizend dashboard. And the dividends market overall is a huge business. It's a $1 trillion business, as you can see on the left side. And it's very resilient. Despite COVID-19, it's still a $1 trillion business. And what we see in 2021 and the upcoming years, we will see their V-shaped recovery of the dividend payments up to $1.5 trillion. On the right side, you see the overall market size of this withholding and reclaim market. We talk about at the moment of $90 billion in paid withholding taxes on cross-border securities. And very important, $18 billion are still unreclaimed withholding taxes on cross-border securities, which gives us enormous room to grow. And as Peter Thiel says, competition is for losers. There's no other SaaS company at the moment on the market targeting retail investors. And our solution is really very convenient, really digital, and it's done for the user in just 4 steps. First, connect your securities portfolios. Second, you get a fast overview via our intelligent dashboard. And third, you do the claim setup via our intelligent tax assistant. And as you can see, this looks more like LinkedIn and is very convenient instead of tax filing softwares, you know. And fourth, you submit the application, and there, very important, we already wrote a lot of interfaces to international tax authorities like Switzerland, like Finland, like Austria, to do the filing fully digital. And we have proof of success. What you see here on these 2 documents from the Swiss tax authority, we did the first digital refunds via our Divizend platform. On the left side, you see the filing document, and on the right side, you see the refund document from my own dividend filing of refunding Swiss dividend taxes on my Swiss stocks. Our business model is simple, straightforward, with a high margin. Our revenues consist of transaction fees based on a certain percentage of the reclaim amount. This is a representative example for a German investor with an average portfolio of 80,000 euros under management, with 50%, so around 40,000 euros in foreign equities. Assuming a 4% dividend yield, this means 1,600 euro dividends per year, and assuming a rate of 15% of reclaimable dividend taxes, so 240 euros, we will take 17.5% in fees, which results in 42 euro revenue per year. What you can see on the left side. Due to a withholding period of up to 4 years back, there's room for a revenue leverage up to 168 euros, so a 4-fold leverage per customer in the first year, what you can see on the right side. As Divizend, we have a laser-focused go-to-market strategy with a clear path to high revenue growth. We already won Sparkasse Group, the biggest retail bank in Germany, as customer. Let's dive into the numbers. As you can see on the left side, Sparkasse Group has a market share of 26% in securities accounts, which means for us access to 6.3 million security accounts. On the right side, you can see the reclaim potential in the single countries. The amount for Germany is $630 million, and for Sparkasse around $170 million per year. Based on the total reclaim amount of $168 million, we can generate nearly $40 million combined revenues segmented in refund fees, reinvestment, and management fees per year just with the Sparkasse Group. As an API-first company, with our strong partnerships, we have low or zero customer acquisition costs. And we have already a strong customer base with Sparkasse, the leading retail bank in Germany, with Erste Group, the leading retail bank in Austria, with Wall Street Online, the leading financial portal in Germany, with Börse Stuttgart, the leading retail stock exchange in Germany, and Hauck Aufhäuser, a leading German private and custodian bank. And as you can see in the negotiation box, we have a strong sales pipeline to accelerate our future growth. As an API-first company, with our strong partnerships, we are the perfect blitzscaler for high and fast leveraging in the most important financial hubs internationally. We already have a strong footprint in Europe and make use of open banking standards like PSD2. And we made the first promising steps in the US market. And we have a strategic cooperation, therefore, with the leading banking API provider Unicorn Plate and got successfully accepted to FinTech Sandbox, our leading financial data API incubator. In a third step, we will focus on the Southeast Asian market with the financial hubs Singapore, Hong Kong, Tokyo, and Sydney. Our overall market entry criteria is based on 3 pillars. First, we look at the progressive open banking regulatory, so that's fintech friendly. Second, a high penetration of securities and stock ownership. And third, on high internet and smartphone penetration. As you can see on the financial chart on the left side, our business model scales like a hockey stick. Within 5 years, we see revenues of up to 40 million euros and a strong cash flow, which is our key financial metric, and which enables us to continuously work on our international expansion. And based on our already signed contracts, we expect this year in 2021 around 1.5 million euro revenues, and to double that next year in 2022 to 3 million euros. We are fully self-financed and bootstrapped at the moment. As a remote-first company, we have a lean cost structure and a solid 6-digit financing funding from our co-funders. We have the ability to generate significant revenue from day one and have already high-class B2B contracts with leading financial institutions, as I mentioned before. And we have already great traction on the competition side. We were the winners of the prestigious EY Startup Academy Award end of 2020. We won the 2nd place in the LuxHub Banking API Hackathon Game of Code, and we applied successfully for FinTech Sandbox, the leading financial market data and banking API incubator. And we look for a Series A in the second half of 2021 in a range of 2 to 5 million euros to accelerate our international growth strategy. Therefore, we are already in talks with leading international strategic investors. Give you 2 examples there. We're in talks with North Zone, a leading Swedish venture capitalist invested in the unicorn Spotify and Personio, and with Jerry Ventures from Berlin, which invested in the unicorn Auto1. So there's a really high demand on the investor side for our startup. And we have already a diversified world-class team with more than 30 years combined startup experience, as you can see on this slide, up to unicorn status. All key positions are filled by outstanding entrepreneurs with track record in leading corporate companies like Allianz, Credit Suisse, Vontobel, and unicorns like Numbers, and universities like Technical University Munich. So thank you for your attention, and I'm open for your questions.
Thank you, Thomas, for this great presentation. Actually, it really shows that you've been there, you've done that, you know the game very well. What I missed is what's the actual value? Because you mentioned for the banks, because you mentioned like you have almost zero acquisition for end customer. You're gonna get them through the banks you're gonna partner with, but if you tell us more about what you're thinking of the kind of partnerships, the detail, what's the value proposition for the bank? Because at the end of the day, it's like the bank is going to be your first customer. If he doesn't accept, you're not going to have access to that customer base.
So the banks are really like us, because as I showed with the Sparkasse, I can go back to the Sparkasse slide, which shows that. So that means alone here for Sparkasse, we can reclaim per year nearly 170 million euros. Keep in mind, to build up a robo-advisor to generate 170 million, that's pretty hard. So this is low-hanging fruit. As this money is already here, it's low-hanging fruit. You just have to reclaim that. And this is why the banks are so interested to use our solution, because they have with our instrument a very good case to go to their customers and explain them, hey, you can increase your returns on your investments by reclaiming this, and we help you. And then the customers are very open to reinvest this money into new assets. This is where banks can look that their customers are more happy. So customer binding is an important aspect. They can look for more investments in foreign markets, so that the so-called home bias is solved, because a lot of investors just invest in their home market and are a little bit afraid to invest internationally due to such tax cases. And the third point is that it's also a great instrument to look for new portfolios of customers, to move that over into those banks that offer such services.
Great, but it's worthy to mention this in terms of value proposition, you know, because it is an added value. So we have multiple value proposition component, mention it, and how you say you're going to jump in the next 6 months to raise Series A. We didn't see anything regarding how you're going to use that fund, how that fund is going to help you to grow your venture. Well,
that's as you can see, I explained it here, our rollout strategy. So for the internationalization, we need further money. So we built the platform already. So we did that with our own money, and now and we have shown proof of concept. And those strategic investors told us, okay, if we make that ready, what we will do starting in April to generate the first refundings in a greater scale within Europe, then it's pretty clear for an investor to see, okay, when it works in Europe, it can work in other regions too. And then it's the scaling, and for the scaling to go into other markets, to build the APIs to access that, and to digitize other countries, negotiate with banks and finance portals. Therefore, we need more people on the development side, on the sales side, and on the business side.
Again, Thomas, that's very beautiful. But generally, if now you're not pitching for an investment, but when you want to pitch for an investor, it's in one slide, make it very clear. Where do you stand right now? Where you want to go? How you're going to go there? Okay, and what kind of resource you need. So that will have you'll have clear perspective and the investor mindset how you're going to use this fund. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, hello, Thomas. A question from my side. I've seen the hockey stick development, and which looks very nice, but could you maybe speak about why do you think that such a development is really possible or is realistic? Also looking at the maybe different regulations in different countries and stuff. So if you want to, how will you scale globally that fast within this business? So that's.
So the reason why is that we invested the last 2 years in looking for this reclaim market and build an abstraction layer for this market. So that means we know how to digitize single countries. We did already a lot, so we have already 10 up to 15 countries already digitized, and it doesn't matter that's an important point in this case of reclaim market to internationalize and to scale, that if a US investor does the reclaim, it looks like the same as a German one would do or an Austrian one. So you just have to offer that in a multilingual case, but the process overall is the same. And this gives us a great leverage into the market. The second leverage we have is the case of banking API. So we wrote our own securities API based on things like PSD2 and other standards like Plate. Give you an example with Plate. We have access to the all American banks, Canadian banks, and UK banks. And so our effort there is just to plug in and to convince other financial institutions from our service, and then we can have access to those customers, like we have that with the Sparkasse Group, for example.
We should move on. I'm sorry. So thank you, Thomas. You've done a great presentation. So now is the turn for advanced infrastructure. Christopher Jackson.
Thank you.
Please take
Thank
over.
you, appreciate it.
Bye-bye, Thomas. Okay, Christopher, we can see your screen. We cannot hear you so far.
Hi, guys. You should be able to hear me now.
Yes, we can. Go ahead,
Great.
please.
So hello, everybody. Hi, my name is Christopher Jackson. I'm CEO at Advanced Infrastructure. Our vision is to redefine the way companies buy renewable energy by tracing carbon through the energy value chain. We do this by building powerful data tools that collect, clean, and analyze energy data with unrivaled granularity and resolution. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. So imagine that the energy system is a bunch of bananas, and the energy you consume is the banana, and the sticker tells you where the banana comes from. Consumers pay more for bananas that are organic, just like corporations pay more for energy that is certified renewable. But in the energy system, you can buy a renewable energy certificate without buying renewable power. That's like buying a sticker without a banana. Corporations don't know if they are consuming power from a renewable wind farm or a carbon-emitting fossil power plant. Put it another way, the data value chain is broken. Corporations do not have the data they need to identify a good certificate from a bad one. This isn't sustainable, this isn't equitable, and it's going to change. To highlight this problem, I want to talk to you about our first customer, Volkswagen. They know exactly where every subcomponent comes from, who made it, where it was made, and how much it costs. But they don't know where their power comes from. Using our digital platform, we're able to tell them second by second exactly where their power comes from, who generates it, and how it gets to them. The car maker can use this data to determine which products are manufactured with zero carbon power, or which certificates they need to buy to offset their carbon emissions. The average corporation spends €1 million per year on renewable energy certificates, but they are unable to convincingly prove they've achieved carbon neutrality. In addition, they spend 2 to 3 months per year collecting and auditing data while still achieving only 50% accuracy in neutrality claims. There needs to be a better way. Our solution is targeted at corporations, utilities, and power exchanges. We've built the world's first traceability platform that uses the real physics of the electricity networks to trace power from generator to consumer. This allows users to measure the carbon footprint of the energy they are buying in real time with hyper-local precision. Our products allow end users to buy the most impactful certificates, reducing the cost of carbon offsetting by an average of €300,000, cutting the time spent by 3 months, and increasing accuracy by a factor of 100. The market size for big data-enabled analytics in the energy supply system has a total addressable market of 4.5 billion and is growing at 10% year on year. The market drivers are government regulation, shareholder pressure, and consumer activism on top of developments in related fields such as IoT and AI systems. Our 2021 serviceable attainable market is 400,000 based on 3 pilot revenues. By 2026, this market segment will have grown to 1.5 billion euros, by which time we plan to have captured 6.5% of market share. Our primary market is power exchanges and marketplaces, and our secondary markets are corporates and utilities. We provide traceability services direct to power exchanges, who then offer our service to corporations and utilities. We'll be starting 3 pilots in 2021. They are EEX, with Europe's largest power exchange, ePower, the UK's largest PPA marketplace, and Energy Web Foundation, which is the largest Asia Pacific certificates marketplace platform provider. For our secondary market, we will offer direct sales through add-on services to corporates and utilities. We're using a SaaS and API business model that generates revenues from both implementation fees and service fees. Our primary power exchange customer subscription fees will be a function of the volume of power traded and traced on their platform, allowing us to benefit from increased deal volumes. In terms of unit economics, we expect around 2 cents per megawatt hour transacted on our platform, leading to revenues of between 2 to 3 million per exchange, 2 to 3 million euros per exchange, on top of setup fees of 300,000 euros. Against a customer acquisition cost of 100,000 euros and operating margins of over 80%, we believe this is a sustainable business model. Our growth will be driven by expanding our primary and secondary markets into over 30 US power exchanges. Guys, are you still with me?
Yes, we are.
Yes, yes.
Okay. I just had a window come up on my screen, but I'll restart this slide. Our growth will be driven by expanding our primary and secondary markets into over 30 US and European power exchanges, supporting over 800 corporations who've publicly stated their net zero climate goals. We're forecasting revenues of 400,000 in 2021 from the 3 pilot projects, and then transitioning to annual recurring revenues of 1.2 million in 2022 before scaling rapidly. A key driver for this growth will be those 3 pilots with EEX, ePower, and EWF. Our key technology capability, which I'm demoing in the background in this video here, is a high-resolution energy data analysis. We've developed novel approaches combining geospatial, power flow modeling, and machine learning techniques, which effectively trace power flows from generator to consumer. This means that we've transformed electricity from a fungible to a non-fungible commodity, meaning that attributes such as location, generation type, and routing are now traceable and monetizable attributes, which increase the value of the underlying commodity. With respect to the competition, our approach is unique in 2 important ways when we view the market from low resolution providers on the left-hand side to high resolution providers on the right-hand side of the matrix. We're the only technology provider able to correctly trace non-fungible attributes such as carbon intensity, origin, and location of power and power routing. As with most machine learning and data-enabled services, most of the intellectual property is held as know-how in sophisticated data architectures and model training. We're monitoring intellectual property through patent logs and expect to develop a defensible patent strategy based on our algorithms in late 2021. We're proud of our expert and diverse team, committed with data scientists and energy experts that's recognized as the European top 20 data startup by the DMS. I lead the team with my co-founder and CTO, Dan Layton. We both have over 10 years experience in energy and cloud service sectors. I previously led E.ON's distributed energy markets and have previously been board member of 3 energy companies. We have a number of experienced advisors who support us on technical, marketing, and financial strategy. We have financial support from Horizon 2020, and our lead investor is Rockstart Energy Fund, who closed our pre-seed round last year, which has allowed the team to commit full-time to our mission. Our seed round is open now, and we're raising 1.5 million euros with minimum ticket sizes of 100,000 euros. This funding will be used to match 1 million in public innovation funding over the next 18 months to expand our tech and commercial teams and to support them in developing the platform across the main EU power markets of France, Germany, and Italy. So, thanks, guys, and I invite you to join us in the big data energy revolution.
Thank you. Question time.
If I may begin, Christopher, thank you very much. It's a very interesting presentation indeed. Nevertheless, I am not an expert in energy field at all. So can you please just in simple words say what is the core of this problem that you're solving, and how is this problem solved at the moment of time before they have your service?
So the core problem is to do around resolution. So at the moment, the workaround solution is companies use annual averages and national level averages. And it's a very manual, laborious process, simply because the energy industry hasn't really caught up with the power of big data and open API access. What we're doing is we're doing the same analysis, but we're doing it at a frequency of half an hour and at the local level. So we've massively scaled up the resolution, which is how we're providing the value. That means that the certificates the companies buy essentially increase in value because they can directly attribute them to the actions of what that company is doing at that specific time of day in that specific location.
So can you bring me an example of the same Volkswagen or Bentley or what you had in your slides? So how much money will they save if they have your solution?
We've estimated that it's £300,000 for a large automobile factory in the case of Bentley. So they had an annual spend of about £1 million, and we've reduced that with better accuracy data by £300,000.
Mm-hmm. So instead of $1 million, they would pay 700,000, and but at the same time, you would ask as an implementation price the same sort of numbers, right? So when would they be earning like on the plus side or coming on the plus side?
So, Anu, just drawing your attention that we charge that implementation fee to an energy marketplace or an energy exchange, which probably has between 40 to 100 corporate customers behind that. So the setup fees and the revenue we're calculating on an exchange basis, which is what justifies the business model.
All right. Mm-hmm.
Any more questions? Okay, so
yes.
okay.
One quick question. It's very interesting to me, and coming from a tech background, I work in software and IoT and all this kind of stuff. If you can, just in a minute, explain a little bit the technology or how you're going to do it, because I'm really finding a hard time to really actually how you're going to tag each bit and byte of the energy of the electricity itself.
So actually, we're using quite an established principle here of Kirchhoff's laws. So we're just tracing current through a circuit. Whatever goes into a node goes out of a node in equal proportions. Now, that's already done at the national level of transmission systems, and there's a monitoring network to do that. But what's never been done before is to try and monitor that at the distribution level. So this is at the level of households. And that's never been done because we've never had smart meters before. We've never had access to cheap compute. So what we're doing is essentially we're increasing the resolution of an established principle, but we're applying it using new IoT and machine learning techniques to fill in the missing data and to handle the higher monitoring loads.
Very, very interesting. Just ask me, do you have a case where, for example, a distributor have a multiple source of energy where he's combining and distributing to his client?
Yes. So what you can see on the screen now is Deutsche Bahn, and they're Germany's largest train operator, and they're also their own energy company. So they purchase a mixture of energy sources, both from fossil generators, but also from renewable generators. And their main challenge essentially is to be able to evidence to their customers when they sell them a ticket, what's the carbon content of that train journey. Mm-hmm. And using our platform, they're not only able to calculate that, but they're able to strategically purchase the power from the correct renewable power stations to feed their train network.
Thank you for saying that. That was my follow-up question. So able to forecast in the future how they're going, their performance on that side.
Yeah, the forecast is really interesting.
I think we need to cut down. Sorry.
Okay.
It is a very interesting dialogue. Great presentation, great questions. Thank you to you, Christopher, and to Advanced Infrastructure. But we have to move to the next company to respect the times allocated to all of you.
Thank you, guys.
So please, Antonio Jara from HOPU, share your screen and start presenting.
Okay, thank you, Diego, and thank you. Hello, everybody. Good morning. So let me share my screen. I think you can see now my screen. Okay, can you confirm me that you can see my screen, please? Hello?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
So, please, hello everybody. So we are HOPU. We are a company specialized in smart cities, and in this particular challenge, we are working with the data provider Rebase. There is a utility public company providing the water supply in the city of Seville and on the region of Seville in Andalusia, in the south of Spain. So what we are working in this case and extending our business is about how to detect some urban health related aspects thanks to the inclusion of data from water utilities. We have several urban challenges nowadays as part of the climate change mitigation about how to make the right use of some resources like water. Especially, let me remark that in the south of Europe, especially in these regions, we have a huge problem with the water due to the lack of them. We need consequently to improve the tariff system in order to at the same time raise awareness to the citizens, but of course also provide equity and not impact in their daily life, of promote the sustainable use, improve and fight against the climate change, and also of course work in other climate change related aspects like urban heat island and all the other impact that could have. HOPU as a company, what we are working and helping this kind of organization is putting all the value of data into their benefit. For that purpose, we integrate multiple data sets as coming from data satellite like Copernicus, also open data that is available regarding traffic, etc. And of course, private data set like this case of Rebase that provides a private data set about the water consumption. At the same time, as our baseline core business, we have also the supplier of a specific high data quality sensor and high accuracy sensor that are manufactured by our company, where we also monitor other secondary aspects like air quality, noise pollution, particle matter, and also the evolution of the weather. All together is integrated into an open platform promoted by Fireware and supporting all the decision making. So in this particular, as you can see here, what we are providing is a scalable solution integrating the external context data, air quality, weather, etc., with the private data of the water consumption. Everything is integrated into the Orion content broker, that is the fireware based on a standard, and we integrate all this into a time series database in order to provide this different aspect. For example, here the service we are enabling is a price calculator in order to optimize cost. This is probably the highest scalable. We are working already with this kind of infrastructure in over 35 cities, addressing different challenges. Indeed, this is at the end of the day an increasing value because we are integrating data from mobility, from utilities, etc. All the data integration is based on open standards, based on open source, and of course providing this data persistent. In the case of Masesa, we are providing integrating all the data consumption of the water, also all the financial data based on the standards from the European Union, and of course all the official, some manual data based on the official bulletins and public laws from the organization. With that, we are getting all the benefit of the water consumption savings, also the improvement of the billing, and indeed also defining some relevant actions for the climate change mitigation. Everything is GDPR compliant, everything is anonymized, but at the same time we have all the granularity in order to understand all the different behavior. Here you can see the demo is already open and available. It's an MVP already being used by Masesa, where we have already interest to continue working together. And there is where you can include all the different costs, and automatically, based on some machine learning and artificial intelligence algorithm, they optimize based on the different expenses, the different level of water consumption, taking into account also the number of users, taking into account the zonification. So this is really where all the magic is. Right now, in terms of business and quality of business, just to remind that nowadays HOPUs are already working over 35 cities. In this year, we expect to duplicate to go over other 25 to 36 cities. We also expect the service behind this based on open source is usually a small contract around 14 to 15,000 euros. And of course, we expect to continue growing and developing our business. Always our objective is to duplicate year after year. So far in the last year, we managed to be growing 100% every year, and we expect to go in that direction during coming years. Our future step is to continue integrating some climate change service about, as I mentioned, Sentinel, Copernicus data, also integrating some other information about air quality, again, in order to continue promoting all the climate change mitigation action like Urban Heat Island. Our unique value proposition is data quality. I am the chair of the IEEE 2510, that is the quality of sensor data standard, together with IBM and Cisco. I also providing this end-to-end integration with all the data efficiency and avoiding locking, contributing to foundation like Firewall Foundation, also the European data space. And finally, also provide added value service that can be reused and replicated, as I mentioned, mobility, utilities data, etc. The competition is clear. We have other companies like EnviroSuite or Quantela working also in the data integration. But what we have is, on the one hand, the data quality. We take all the decisions based on data quality, based on open standard. Of course, at the same time, also taking care of the sensor and AI activity. All the numbers is that we have a turnover of already in 2020 of 1.5 million euros. We are over 32 people, and we are already in several cities and also with several partners, and we are creating this new service, as you can see in our roadmap, about pollution sources, urban health, that are exactly the kind of service that we are promoting. Our business development is via distributor. We have distributors like Telefonica, T-System, Wellness Telecom, NEC, where we have also Minsight, etc. with global partnership. We also address public tenders, and this is what is enabling us to grow. The market is huge. We are talking about 98 million market, because we are not talking only about the smart city. We are talking about urban design and actionable plan in order to address climate change mitigation. Already we have a very strong market in Spain that we are addressing, but also we are going to the European level market, opening, for example, new offices in Germany. Finally, the business model is just from a small service like 15-year recurrent revenue per year to also much more tenders approach, and of course, finally, with different corporates and different approaches. So we have these three models to approach. This is the team behind. So the project has been led by Javier as main developer, and Eva as data analytics, and also with our head of innovation, Iris, myself as the CEO, and also with other colleagues working as data scientist and information manager. So our mission is to continue promoting the climate change mitigation based on data. We have already several recognition in this area, and thanks to Eddie, we are going in that direction. We are also thinking about the traction for about the session in order to go with 3 companies that are already partnered. Acciona is one of the major utility providers in Spain, which are already our investors. So he has investment in HOPU. Suez is also one of our customers already. What is the major company of utility supply in France and also in Spain. So we also have direct connection with them. And of course, also other smaller company like Global Onio, that is ours de Valencia, that is in the east region of Spain, that also we have interaction. So we compromise to, during the vault session, to also validate all the exploitation with other 3 major providers equivalent to EMASESA. Success story, just to remark that HOPU is supporting cities like Madrid in all the climate change mitigation, monitoring traffic and air quality. Also, we have other experience with Acciona, as I mentioned, is our investor in Malaga and Seville in order to understand mobility data. And thanks to EMASESA, we are integrating this also with water consumption data. Similarly, for other cities internationally like Helsinki, Cartagena, that was recognized this last year by the Urban Innovation Award by Le Monde. And indeed, we expect with the support of last step from Eddie to continue growing and making a success story based on data for climate change mitigation. Thank you. I'm looking forward for your question.
Good. Question time, please.
Yeah. Yes, if I may start. Thanks a lot, Antonio. We can clearly hear that you know what you're talking about, but it's very, very quick, right? So it's very difficult to follow sometimes. So maybe next time a bit slower. But in terms of, I could also see that you have traction already, but in terms of the future ecosystem, so who will be your strongest partner? So I've seen some brands like Red Hat and some others, and because in the smart city environment, you have a lot of IT solutions, and you will need to fit in there in the future. So who do you think are your most important partners?
So right now we have our 2 leader investors in HOPU is Acciona as a utility company and Telefónica. We are also invested by Telefónica.
Okay.
So right now we have with Telefónica already over this year over 1 million euros in different smart cities projects. So we are also going with them with public tenders like we have been in Adeje, Ibiza, Mallorca, La Palma. Everything's are like very touristic areas, but are very important cities in our region that we work together with them and we were successful. We are part of WIDA. And we are part of this acceleration, let's say, ecosystem of innovation company. We are now discussing with Telefónica exactly the level of investment because they invested already 250,000, but they are discussing to invest up to 1.5 million. And this is, but just to be clear with your question, Acciona and Telefónica, which are our current investors. But as I try to explain here, we are not limited to them because we have also partnership with NEC globally that we have been working in Lisbon. This system we have working with Kiel City in Germany. Wellness we have worked in Valencia City. So we have also open ecosystem to work with much more partners. Okay.
And in terms of funding, one more question. In terms of funding, so are you aiming to have more strategic investors, or are you going towards financial investors? Because then,
just to be clear with you, we are closing a round, Series A round of 2 million euros, where we have some impact investor, where we have Fondo de Bolsa Social, that is like funding for social impact. We have also Spring to be. We have been also addressed by Borderless Capital. So we have different investors that are thinking about impact investment that are the nice one that we are under discussion, doing all the due diligence, analysis, etc. And of course, we have after the most classical Spanish investor like Acciona and Telefónica. So right now we are closing the round. We are in a very tricky situation because we don't want to give too much share to Telefónica because Telefónica want to get a 20% of our company by 1.5 million, but we are very scared that if we give too much presence to Telefónica could limit our business development. So that is the reason I am also working in order to find the right investor with social impact investor. This is you know how this works. So you need to be careful with the partners you marry. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
If we have more time, I will just leave my comment here as well.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the presentation, and I'm backing up Qasim on this was way too fast, and I had trouble following you, and maybe the slides as well. Just too much information per 1 second of your pitch. But as I understood, the cities are basically your clients. So as we know, governments or local municipalities as clients might be tricky. So what's the sales cycle? How does it look like, and how much do you have to put force on sales?
Excellent. So thank you so much for your question. So first, sorry for being so fast, but indeed, this is pitch and we need to run. But indeed, I will be careful and I will take your comments into consideration for future opportunities. So first, you are totally right. Public administration is a B2G approach where usually the period is 6 months. So we have usually 2 months in advance. That is all the advertisement and all the tendering period, and after execution, and finally the payments are around 6 months. So we are talking about 6 months. Of course, we have cases that we in 3 months were working, and also cases that we spent almost 1 year and a half. But on average, is 6 months. The way we address this is this magic number, 15,000 euros per year of recurrent revenue by cities. This number is a small contract. In the Spanish law, aligned with the European law, this is a direct assignment contract for this kind of service when you justify that you are already running a service that you need to maintain. So working with this magic number is a very good way that after you get the first deployment, you can get recurrent revenues without major challenge. So it's true that at the beginning we have some tricky point that we go through public tenders or we go to third-party distributors like Telefónica or Indra, etc., big corporates. But at the end of the day, when you start already deploying the service, you can just guarantee your recurrent revenue without major challenge. And the good point is that you can get up to 50,000 euros. We have already 238,000 in the last year of recurrent without major challenge. So this is a business model we have tested and so far it's working well. Okay?
And maybe just a really quick add up. How scalable this business is? Like, what's the next big market that you'll hit after Spain?
No, that is Germany. We have already one colleague working in Berlin. We have established one person working for HOPU in Berlin. We are in part of the office of the Fireware Foundation. That we are part of the Fireware Foundation. So we, as member of the Fireware Foundation, we have the opportunity to allocate some people there. Also, we are working with Telefonica, with O2 brand. O2 is a branch of Telefonica in Germany and UK. So they are also giving us the local support as investor. So we have, indeed, this year is very important for us because we are doing all the movement in order to open Germany as a good market. We have already killed Heidelberg and Kiel as two initial seed customers in Germany, but we want to continue replicating and extending this opportunity. So just to be clear, right now in Germany, the budget is 1,300 million euros. So it's in smart cities and all these topics, and this is the study where we are working on.
Okay, so thank you very much, Antonio. We have to switch to the next participant, and in this case is the Grama company, and Rafael Maya speaking. Thank you very much for
Thank
your
you
effort,
again, and
Antonio.
thank you so much for the feedback.
Okay, Rafael. Maximize the presentation and test your sound, please.
Hi, good morning all. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, perfectly. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Hi, good morning. So my name is Rafael Maya. I'm one of the founders of Grama. So we are here in the context of EDP Challenge 1. So the goal here is to try to identify the optimal location to install electric vehicle charging points. But actually, when we started to analyze this problem, we saw that trying to find the optimal location to deploy grid infrastructure like charging points is something that we see in other market segments as well. We see that in telecoms because they need to deploy their antennas. We see that in fast food franchises because they need to deploy where is going to be the next franchise. And we see that in retail as well. For example, where will IKEA deploy their next store? So this is actually a very broad problem. So we started to analyze the problem and we saw how complex it is because there are so many ways to resolve it. Should we try to minimize the number of stations or infrastructure that we deploy? Should we try to maximize the grid coverage? Should we try to minimize what is the travel distance to the next station or try to minimize the profit? So there are so many combinations to address this problem. And this is not something that humans would be able to do efficiently. So the way to resolve complex problems like this in an efficient way is actually to combine data with AI. So by combining data, information about the current infrastructure, competitors' infrastructure, purchasing power, or even the demographics, we can have a rich data set. And if we apply AI and machine learning techniques on top of these data sets, so algorithms like genetic algorithms, neural networks, or deep learning, we can extract a lot of patterns and insight about the data, and in this way have a platform that is able to resolve these complex problems. That's exactly what we did in this challenge. So we have created a smart planner. So this is a platform, a web application that allows us to find the optimal location to deploy infrastructure. And what we are doing here is actually combining data with AI techniques. By doing so, the operators using this platform will be able to have huge CapEx savings when they want to deploy new infrastructure. So in this case, we have adapted our product to the EV charging points segment, because we are working here with EDP on this challenge. And on the first screen, we can see, for example, that when we want to have a solution created by our platform, we are able to customize and provide a solution for the entire country or a specific region. We may want to avoid or overlap our competitors. And we have a different metrics that we can ask the algorithm to optimize by and give it different weights. We can also go to the map and define some areas where we do not want infrastructure to be deployed. So unauthorized areas, we can give priorities to some areas or tag some areas as highly competitive, somewhere where our competitors will also want to deploy infrastructure. So when we do this, our platform will automatically calculate the best possible solution to deploy the infrastructure. So here at the bottom, we can see in blue our proposed solution. We can see in red the competitor deployments, and in green the current existing infrastructure, in this case from EDP. So as you can see, our solution will tap into neighborhoods and areas that are not being tapped yet, and where the user of the platform would be able to reap more benefit. Okay, so we think we have a very useful product here. So let's see if we have market for a product like this. So let's look first at EV charging operators market. So this is a very fast growing market. So at the moment, investment are around 600 million, but it is expected to grow in the next 10 years up to 20 billion. So this is a very fast growing market. If we look to other segments, for example, telecoms. So telecoms is a very established market already, but still we see that the CapEx investment is still growing year by year. And we see that there's a huge opportunity here in the telecoms market because 5G antennas are coming out. So telecom operators need to roll out 5G deployments. And so we see a very big opportunity here for us. So even if we can tap into 1% of this market and provide benefits to our clients by helping to optimize the way they deploy the infrastructure, we see that there's a lot of market and opportunity here for us. Okay, so let's look a little bit about the competition. So we believe we have a market opportunity. So what does the competition look like? And we see two clusters or types of competition. We see that some competitors are very focused in one of the market segments, market verticals, and we see that others are providing optimized solutions, but we don't have any idea how they are calculated and why was that the outcome, because they are treated as black boxes. So our platform, we believe it's a bit different in a sense that it's prepared from day one to target different market verticals. So EV charging points, telecoms, and others. But we also give a lot of insight of what we do with the data. We are able to customize a lot of criteria, how we optimize the solutions that are then outputted and calculated by our platform. So we see a way to distinguish ourselves in that area. So if we take a look about our business model. So what we are considering for this product is a license-based business model. So we have different categories that with different price ranges for the license, but they will range from 50K up until 100K. The categories that the license will apply will depend on the country, and we'll see about that in the next slide. So another source of revenue is the license renewals, which are around 30% of the initial license costs. We still expect to raise some revenue in setup and maintenance costs. So let's look a little bit about the categories. So the way we have organized our category-based license model is basically on the size of the population of a country and on the landmass. So our idea behind this is that we believe that the operator using the platform will reap more benefits depending on how big the population is or the landmass is. So we have different ranges that depend on how depend on the country in this way. So another source of revenue that we foresee are professional services. So when we deploy a platform like this, we still expect to raise some revenue in integrations, customizations, training, setup, and deployment, and maintenance. So this is part of our business model. That's not just a license, but we also expect to raise some revenue based on professional services. So if we take a look at the story so far about Smart Planner, so the story with us started in September in the explore phase. So this is where we created the business model definition, and we started looking at the market, and we saw that there's an opportunity for the product. So we started to define all the features and the functionality that we needed our product to have, and try to tackle the data that we would need to deliver this functionality. So this was done in the explore phase. When we started the experiment phase, so this was a very busy time for us. So this is the time where we were able to define our business plan, to validate our business model, and we were able to develop our current MVP by working together with EDP and trying to find the best way to find the optimal solution, but also to show it on screen in a very compelling way. We have also created all the building blocks so that we are able to attack other market verticals. So this was all done in the experiment phase. So what's the roadmap? So looking ahead, what we expect to do still on this year. So we are very confident we are going to have the first licensed EV operator. We are going to start the first contacts in the telecoms market, where we believe there's a good opportunity for us as well. In June, July, we expect to have the first version of Smart Planner launched and ready. There are a few features that we have worked with EDP that we want to prioritize. So going to 2022, so we expect to continue to expand our presence in the EV market, but also close the first license in the telecoms market operator. So with 2022, we should have the second version of our Smart Planner ready, because we have a few sets of optimization criteria that we want to roll out. So looking at the next concrete steps, so we are working very closely with EDP's innovation team. And in the beginning of the current month, Smart Planner is going to be presented to the EDP board. And we hope to get very good feedback on that area, because we build Smart Planner with EDP in mind and try to address their use cases. We also want to start exploring our ideas in the telecoms market, where we have a lot of business contacts. We want to mature our business model, and we want to take this to the market. So let's take a very quick look at Grama. So before we founded Grama, the three founders worked in the telecoms market for more than 9 years. In 2017, we founded the company. We were 4. We grew to 8 in the following year, to 12 in 2019, and at the end of last year, we were 21. So our team that worked closely on this project is displayed on screen. Together, we have more than 12 years working in the telecoms market, 7 in machine learning products, 10 working in startups, doing business development for startups, and driving funding processes. And that's all. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Rafael. Any questions?
Thank you, Rafael, for this nice presentation. So I was really positive about it until I saw the last slide. The last slide when you were talking about the team. So you have the required expertise. Okay. For example, in the telecom sector, you know, like the geospatial data, it's really extremely important whenever you want to roll out any infrastructure project, and it's gonna complicate your solution. So to develop the right product. So why you're directly jumping in your business from, it's not simple, but easy crackable industry, that's the EV station distribution, to a very complex industry, telecom industry.
The reason we are doing this is because there's a lot of synergy in the way we have developed our technology. So if we have different data sets with the information about antennas and the way we build our genetic algorithm, where we can define the criteria that we want the optimization solution to be created, we can very quickly, with the same infrastructure, find the optimal solution to deploy antennas for telecoms. So our focus is still on the EV market this year, but because we see an opportunity there, we want to explore some contacts so that in 2022, we are able to tap into that market as well.
Okay, so my advice for you to be, get a grasp of that market, because there's a lot of complexity in doing. A lot of people develop such a product. I used to work with them in Africa 7 years ago, rolling telecom infrastructure. So just for you to understand who's already there, what kind of solutions they're already providing, so to really go to the next level, because it is needed and you have an opportunity. One additional and final question. What do you consider your current weakness or disadvantage versus what already exists in the market?
Compared to the market?
To your competitors?
Well, we are new in this area, so we started working on the problems in September, and I think some of the competition, they have been working in this area for a few more months or more years. So the fact that we are new in this area might be one of the weaknesses we may have.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Yes, same here. Thanks a lot, Rafael, for the presentation. What was difficult for me to follow was a bit the business model. You know, you spoke about the categories after the pricing. So maybe a suggestion, or maybe my view on that would be, maybe explain before what your categories are and what the value add is to these companies, and then come up with the price. Because for me, it was very difficult to follow, because you told the price and then you came up with the categories. Okay, these countries are within this category. And then I was like, okay, how much will they pay again? And what will be the value add? So maybe the other way around, that might make more sense. And what I would also like to understand a bit more is I definitely see the potential for the solution, but also like, what are the supporting effects for your development? Is it the 5G deployment? Is it the deployment of other technologies? And then link that to the categories, because then the business model, you know, you're in a very early stage, of course, but then the business model will be more tangible for people who are listening to it, and it would also make more sense, you know.
Okay, that's very good advice. Okay, thank you, Gazim.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, I think we should switch to the next company. So please, Sebastian from Rebase Energy, take over. Thank you, Rafael, for your presentation.
Thank you so much, Diego. Okay, I think you need to stop sharing your screen so I can share my screen.
Yeah, please, Rafael, stop sharing your screen. Yeah, thank you.
There we go. Let me know when you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see it right now. Go ahead, please.
So my name is Sebastian Holmgren. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Rebase Energy, and we're empowering tomorrow's energy innovators with data and digital tools to optimize energy flows. So basically, this is the yesterday's power system with quite stable production from coal and nuclear, and so somewhat stable consumption as well. But this is changing. So we're going to a much more weather-dependent and unpredictable system with renewables. And this is not only on the wholesale level, but also getting integrated on the distribution levels. Increasing complexity also behind the meter. And I was actually working as a power trader on the top of the system, and I saw this complexity from the inside. So I know that it's not possible in tomorrow's energy system to optimize the system completely top-down. We need to have a more bottom-up approach. And that's why we at Rebase, we're developing tools to develop smart agents. So we're not developing the smart agents themselves, but we're developing the building blocks for the smart agents. And this can help unlock business models such as energy communities, behind-the-meter storage, etc., in tomorrow's much more distributed system. Just to give you a flavor of the ecosystem, so we have everything from traders to district energy companies to smart home companies like Tibber that could be users of our technology. And it's not only us that believes in tomorrow's distributed sector. So a study by Bloomberg Energy Finance showed that $2 trillion in investment will actually be made in 2030 in the distributed system. This is 3 times as much as in the centralized system. So all the coal and coal-fired power plants combined, which leads to 1.2 billion devices, distributed energy resources that are out there, and that's really the complexity that needs to be handled to balance those in real time. So what are a smart agent? Well, a smart agent is an entity, autonomous entity that takes in data from energy markets, from weather, from the assets, that makes a forecast, optimize, trades, and dispatch that. And we have been working with data provider in the EDI challenge, you've met, as well as our own challenge, which SimPower is a flexibility provider, and Verchable Power Solutions. What we are doing is that we're building the building blocks, so 2 products, a data hub and a toolkit to enable the development of these smart agents. And we're focusing really on the forecasting optimization, but we're partnering with companies like, or organizations like Fireware to develop up IoT, open source IoT solutions. Okay, so in the EDI challenge, the challenge was really to develop an open source toolkit, Python-based toolkit for the iteration and deployment of smart agents for the energy sector. And we demonstrated this with some partners. So what we have launched is a unique open energy forecasting platform that allows to get open source code for the intelligence, for the machine learning, and then deploy that in our platform in a very scalable way. All our machine learning code is open source, so it's completely white box for the user. We're also working to incorporate models from the research community, as well as from third-party vendors. As a matter of fact, during the EDI, we have launched Analytix, so our Kaggle for energy. And this is the world's first data community for smart energy. And we're really excited about that, and how that can actually, we can leverage that to create even more value for our customers. So what we're planning to do is basically to have the energy community and crowdsource intelligence that we can then open source our models, share models, and that we can have as business offering to our customers to actually deploy these models in a scalable way. And there could be also opportunity for individual data scientists to actually monetize this model through a model database. Okay, so regarding the pilots that we've been doing during the EDI program, so we've been working with one, which is flexibility of greenhouses with SimPower. And here we wanted to forecast the consumption of the greenhouses. And we experienced quite early in the process that we were about at the same level as the current system in place. But one of the challenges here was that we really needed to understand kind of not only the weather dependency, but also the dependency of the production schedules of these greenhouses. So we calculated that with having an understanding of the biggest outliers, 40% of the biggest shifts, we could improve the forecasting accuracy by 20%, which would lead to a 7.5% in revenue increase. With virtual power plant solution, we tested on open data machine learning forecast tool together with an MPC algorithm, model predictive control algorithm, to reduce demand charges. So here in the video here, you can see how the agents try to reduce the demand charges and thereby the grid fees. And we show that 8.9% of these grid fees could be reduced for a building with smart energy. And here's a video of our setup. So basically, you go to our platform, you put in the coordinates and the site, and then you can select your weather provider. So in this case, UBMet. You select other features like daytime feature, etc., and you upload a CSV file with your historical consumption or production of energy. We go through some data validation. And then you're set. So basically, the model is uploaded into our cloud. It's trained using our scalable machine learning cluster, and then we generate a forecast that is visible to the interface, but also through the API. You can also backtest, and this is a functionality that we developed in EDI. And the reason for this is really to be able to show in a very scalable and quick way what is the value of a forecast for a specific use case. And this we are deploying this to provide it complete for free. To achieve a complete frictionless, work together with new customers. This can also be done completely open source through our SDK, as I mentioned. So here we set up several sites using the SDK in a very scalable way. So it's completely flexible. We can also decide to develop an own machine learning models using our class structure that we have predefined. So like train, predict, etc. And then what you would do then is then upload this code, this custom Python code, completely anonymized and encrypted to the platform and deploy it there. Our business model is quite simple. So we have on the data side, we actually provide data in terms of API requests or historical data mom. And on the toolkit side, it's really a SaaS business model where we charge a fixed fee plus the charge that we do per month and model. When it comes to the competitive landscape, we have competitors definitely in the forecasting, energy forecasting space. But what we are doing differently is twofold. So one, we're building an open source tool. So this is completely a white box way of working, similar to Databricks, if you're familiar with that. And we're building a community to leverage really the intelligence that is out there in our platform. And of course, we're building up on other open source tools like Fireware. So during the EDI project, we've been signing our first commercial customers like Tibber and Jungle. We've been doing a partnership with Grid Singularity on local energy communities. And we actually won the Odyssey Hackathon that was hosted in November. We're doing 2 paid pilots with corporates in Finland, and we're working now in EDI together with SimPower and BSP. And we have a non-disclosed partnership teaming up agreement with a multinational corporate and a deal of 200K that on the table that we're hoping to sign in Mars. This is our amazing team with background from the energy field. We have experience from working with several corporates, and we also have a strong experience from academia and research. Adis is our new addition who has been added during the EDI progress and has with strong experience in B2B sales. So we're really going to ramp up this now when we have our technology in the market. And that's really why we want to keep on working with EDI in the evolve process. We have strong also advisors with experience from B2B sales, scaling up companies and energy sector. So I just want to leave you with this quote. So we really hope to empower, with open source and transparency to the energy sector, that the great minds of our generation will not focus on making people click on ads, but rather focus on climate change. Thank you so much, and I open up for questions.
Question time, please.
Yes, I would have a question. Thanks a lot for the presentation. I think it was very technical as well. But could you maybe again explain how you will make money with it? So I understood the structure of the business model, but how much will the clients pay, and what will be the numbers behind that?
Great question. So we start always with a freemium for our customers. They can do a back test, they can test our data, they can test completely for free. And we do that just to reduce the friction for testing our solution as much as possible. We then have several tiers with enterprise tier where we provide SLAs. So this is only tiers where we provide SLA starting at 600 to 700 euros. But really what we're targeting at is around 2,000 to 3,000 euros per customer going forward. Now we're a little bit on the cheaper end because we're pushing into the market.
Okay. And in terms of go-to-market and scaling, so how would you? What's the plan there?
Good question. So the go-to-market plan is that right now when we're small and really entering the market, we're trying to work with companies on the same eye level. So we're, as you see in the pitch, we're discussing with startup that also are doing analytics solutions. We're trying to empower them with the best data and the best tools. So that's really our go-to-market strategy because we think we can close them so much faster than big corporates. At the same time, we're building up a partnership with a multinational corporate, as I mentioned, and we're doing signed a teaming up agreement with them so that we can actually scale this internationally going forward.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Yes, I had similar feedback as Qasim. Very good overview of your technical side. Maybe as at the moment we were looking for more on the business side. So what's the real advantage of yours in front of your competitors? I understand that you're going to use the open source in your databases as well, but so what's the one unique value why customers should take your solution, not the others?
Good question. So most of the other energy forecasting platforms out there are completely closed sourced, and their secret sauce is really the algorithms that they provide. So they don't only provide a string of numbers, which is energy forecast. The energy sector is in front of a disruption. So we have cheaper and cheaper electricity from solar and wind. So when the electricity is becoming almost for free, we're talking about free electrons. What is the value propositions of these corporates that are in this sector? And this is a question that all of them are asking themselves. And the value proposition that they have is to be not energy producers, but energy orchestrators. And that means that they need to internalize a lot of this understanding and knowledge about how to optimize energy systems. And so we are not just giving them a black box forecast, we're enabling them to transition into tomorrow's distributed and free electron energy system. Does that make sense?
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Sebastian. Just a quick advice from a business perspective, work on showing more your market validation side. Okay, just to understand that would this is too early for technology to get into the market, or it is the right time to get it into the market. So work on your market validation. Thank you.
Great feedback. Yep.
Okay, people, so I think it's time to break. Thank you, Sebastian, for your good presentation and good answers to the questions. So now we stop till 1:15. We will start sharply at 1:15. I thank very much the jury panel for their questions and contributions during this time, and looking forward to hear the remaining 8 pitches from 1:15 onwards. Okay, so have some rest, have some food. See you in a bit. Welcome back. I hope that you can hear me properly. We are going to resume the presentations with adiutaByte. So in this case, Philip Reiner is actually going to start talking. So please go ahead, share screen, and ensure we can hear you properly.
So there's my screen. Can you see my screen?
We can see your screen and we can hear you perfectly. So go ahead, please, Philip.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you for time. Hope you all had a great lunch break. So I'm Philip and I'm presenting adiutaByte, and we are enabling companies to optimize the entire mobile workforce. So can you see my screen there? I'm not sure whether that's in the YouTube stream already.
Yes.
Okay, perfectly. So if you have a look at how currently planners are doing fleet planning and personal planning, then you see, despite we're in the 21st century, it's manual planning. So there's someone sitting there doing personal and fleet dispatching every day by hand, using Excel tools, using just sheets, pen and paper, and it's done manually. It takes lots of time, and it doesn't result in very good results. So what we see there is that these plans are about 20% ineffective and inefficient. So they have longer travel times than needed. They are static, so you cannot react to new circumstances. It's transparent there, and that's the biggest problem. Solving these problems it's one of the hardest mathematical problems there. So you are not even close to being able to solve these problems by hand. So what we developed at adiutaByte is a new optimization framework based on a new front-over technology to solve these planning tasks, to schedule thousands of tasks at once, and that's very unique at the market. There's hardly no one there who's able to handle these large amounts of data. We can tailor our solution to individual needs, so we can really go on a deep dive on the customer needs there, tailor our algorithms to their needs, and really create great solutions there, which are even real-time capable for future needs. So before EDI, we were really focusing on tour planning, on personal dispatching, on these processes we have here in a circle. It's about optimal working hours, realistic service times, optimal task schedules, and then creating optimal tools for the whole car fleet to serve our customers there. And what we did at EDI was we enhanced our product. We added optimal start and end depots for our car fleets to start and to end, and we added how to best possible distribute these cars over our start depots and to forecast future workloads. So if you have a look at the market for these planning tools, which we're offering, it's a market of 25 billion nowadays for just fleet optimization, for just car fleet optimization, and it's going to rise up to 40 billion in 2027. So it's a huge growth there. And we can add, thanks to EDI, we can add the market for resource allocation there as well. It's just a small market, 4.5 billion there currently, but as we see, it's doubling until 2027, and we're expecting this market to even grow thanks to more and more dynamic problems, more dynamic dispatching, more and more mobile workforces and so on. So these markets are going to grow. And what we see, if you have a look at the scheduling systems there, they are just in pilot use. So there's not established players out there who are offering advanced resource scheduling systems. So we are just entering this market, which is going to grow, and there we can maybe reach the state of selective use or broad use in the upcoming 5 to 10 years there. If you have a look at our business model, the revenue and the cost side, so Our core is the optimization framework, and we're offering it directly via API. So software providers can integrate our service into their solutions and then pay per scheduled order with an additional service fee. Or the end user can directly use our optimization framework within our full SaaS product. And then we have there as well cost per scheduled order. So the more you want to play, the more you want to plan, the more you're going to pay. And therefore, we are addressing different customers of different size. Up there, it's in gray because it's one-time fees. It's customizing, so we can adapt our product, we can adapt our software to individual needs, and therefore we are demanding some individual fees, but that's not our focus. Our focus is clearly on recurring revenues, on selling our full SaaS product or selling our algorithmic core there, because we don't want to rely on one-time revenues there. So if you have a look at the competition, there's a couple of startups out there. As I mentioned before, there's not a big established market for these systems, but a couple of startups on the rise. BestMile, for example, Switzerland, a very great company. RideOS providing a very quite a similar product as we do. But what we are different there. Is because we are the only one to offer a tailor-made optimization platform, so we can really adapt to every unique individual circumstance there and adapt our solution to this specific problem, thanks to our 10 years of research experience at the Fraunhofer Institute there. Our customer traction currently, we in the last half a year, we had more than 500,000 of tasks scheduled. We are currently creating more than 1,000 plans per month, and we are serving 5 countries at the moment. So we entered the market in the ambulant care service sector. It's a small niche market. We could really dig down into the problems there, and we found a great partner there who's serving already half of the market, offering us 6,500 potential customers, and we're currently serving our product for about 100 users in the DACH area, and this year we want to at least get to 1,000 users at the end of the year. Second vertical we are targeting is the waste management sector. So there's already major German cities relying on our tour planning and our scheduling solutions. It's Berlin, for example, some smaller cities, some global market leaders like Suez, who's like the third largest player in the waste management market. They are using our tools to plan their car fleet and use our optimization software. So if you have a look at what we did at DDI, it's our third market we are addressing. It's the market of service providers, and with RACC we could really get great results. So it was about distributing their fleet, and by our optimization we can save them 140,000 kilometers per year. So it's a huge amount, resulting in 28 tons of CO2 emission, and we can as well save their customers in total 5,000 hours of waiting time. What we want to do in the evolve phase is really have a deep dive on the business impact and get to know more about what we can do through optimal work planning, through a better tour planning, and see whether we can create even more value. So the scaling possibilities for the technology that we developed within EDI, it's huge. So we can either upsell our existing customers, so it's for the waste disposal, it's about the optimal placement of containers, really similar problem. It's for care services, it's about placement of new locations, very similar, we can use it there as well. And we can add new customer segments, so roadside assistance, as we do with the RSCC, or even shared mobility, the optimization of the location allocation there as well. We have a great team there. It's a team like evenly separated in business and tech specialists. We had 4 co-founders, and even through EDI, we could add 2 more team members. Christoph already joined us this week. Another person is hopefully joining us in a couple of in the next weeks. And we are very happy to even grow our team in the next years. So EDI enables us to better serve existing customers and open up new segments, and we would be very happy to continue our journey there in the evolve phase. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Philip. So question time, please.
Thank you, Philip. It's a very nice presentation. And actually, I relate to what you're doing, because in 2005, I developed something similar for one of the main petrol distribution company. So I'm mentioning it because, like, I'm finding it difficult that there is no competition in the market. Okay, so you mentioned like only now they are using still Excel, all this kind of stuff. So can you tell me more about your competition assessment, please?
Yeah, definitely. So there is some existing solutions out at the market, but if you have a look at them, they are like better Excel planning tools. So if, for example, like the petrol planning you mentioned, we have some leads there as well, because what we see out there is that you manually have to schedule which task is in which tour, and then you can create like optimal tours there and get like the best order. But what we are doing is like more, it's like we have a pool of cars, we have a pool of tasks, and we are matching all of them, and then even create the best tours there. And,
okay, just let me interrupt you here. So your input data, okay, for example, like a fleet, they get order on a daily basis. So what part is a human interaction, what part is fully automated?
Yes, so the human interaction it's just about entering which tasks we have to do in the upcoming days. So it's just entering the tasks and entering the data about fleet, about the employees, and all the rest is done by us. So we are telling you which car is going to serve which customer at which time and at which date. So it's all automatic. Within 10 minutes, 15 minutes maybe, and that's by far the fastest solution we saw compared to solutions from like 5-10 years ago to like established companies there.
Yes, indeed. We used to take like 22 minutes to get it in 2005. So my next question is, when you mentioned your revenue stream, you said that you're not going to go near the customization side of things. Why? Because from my perspective is like, although the base as fleet management is common, but the attribute differ from one industry to the other. So why you're not going to customization where I see there is a market opportunity?
Yes, so indeed we are doing customization. Of course, it's part of our business. But what I meant there is we don't want to build simple, just customized solutions for every customer, one solution. So we are always looking for solutions and for customizing which we can use in other use cases as well. So just to build up a scalable product and not to build a platform which is completely diverse and completely without any structure, or even worse, build up unique solutions for every customer, because this is not scalable as well.
Okay, I understand. Thank you so much. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Hello, Philip. I would also have a question, especially on the companies on the market. Some of them, you have it also put it on your slide here. Some of them are really heavily funded, and I know like some of the companies, and there might be, raising the next rounds. So in terms of market timing, how will you outperform these companies then? If they are already in the market, they're maybe going to the same clients you are going, but how will you really outperform them? I mean, of course, you have some USPs, but is there any structural advantage you have to outperform them? Or?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, thanks for the question. That's really a great topic because funding plays an important role. If you have a look at the figures, like 30 million, it's a huge amount of money. And definitely for scaling the business to a Europe-wide or even worldwide service, we would definitely need lots of money to raise and to get to these to what these players have achieved there. So what we saw so far was that our architecture, like the architecture we're using in the optimization, it's better and it's more dynamic than all these competitors out there. So we are the architecture and the optimization core we built is more flexible, and I think we can adapt faster and better to new markets, to new demands than the others can do. So, but you're definitely right on the funding perspective, and we will have to get there, definitely get there as well to compete with them with regarding to growth.
Okay, excellent, thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm sorry if I missed. Hi, Arno here. Philip, so you're pre-revenue, right?
No, we are currently, so this year we are about, we want to make 1 to 1.5 million, and it's about 60 to 70% is recurring revenue.
Okay, so if you show the slide quite in the end with your like traction to grow, so why not have there some money numbers as well? So you're showing orders and plans, so why not show how big you're planning to grow with revenue?
Yeah, you're right. I could have added this as well. I wanted to focus on the project and on this, but you're right, because I could explain maybe the numbers a bit. So we had like a 5-digit amount in 2019. We could go up to 500K last year, and this year we are going to plan to double or even triple the amount of revenue.
Sure, just my feedback, I was left with the impression that you're pre-revenue and you have no monetization plan. So yeah, just as a feedback.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, you're right there.
Thank you very much. I think we should switch to the next team. So thank you, Philip. Now is the turn for Creation Labs. For James Hennessy to please take cover, share your screen, and start talking. Thank you.
Great, so hopefully my screen is there now. So hi, my name is James Hennessy and I'm the co-founder of Creation Labs. We are building a more fuel-efficient AI driver assist system for trucks. And today I'm going to talk about our driver assist system in the context of EDI and our work in simulation. So it's 2021. Where are the self-driving trucks? We've long been promised autonomous vehicles, but there's yet to be a widely deployed commercial deployment of such vehicles. Now, why is this? Rand Corporation, using principles from safety engineering in automotive and aerospace, has estimated it's because 11 billion miles of safe driving data with all the right sensors on the vehicle is required to safely prove these vehicles can be deployed on our roads with the rest of us. And the leading autonomous vehicles companies have only captured a fraction of that, about 20 million. So they are a long way off about being able to prove safety for autonomous vehicles. So why so many miles? Well, the reason is edge cases. Now, these are the rare scenarios that don't happen every day when you're driving. These can be strange obstacles. So in one of these images, we've got a group of ducklings trying to cross a freeway in America. They can be strange driver behavior, driving the wrong way up a street, or it could be adverse weather conditions that don't happen very often. I mean, you and I may never experience these scenarios when we're driving, and that's why the 11 billion miles of safe data is needed to get a diverse range of these rare scenarios. Now, one solution could be that you set up these settings. So you could have a child running from behind a parked bus in front of a car going 40 miles an hour, but that just sounds dangerous and incredibly expensive. So you're stuck doing the 11 billion miles to demonstrate safety. So one option to solve this is to use simulation. So this is our simulation that we developed as part of EDI, and it uses our data provider's replica of a region of London here specifically in Greenwich. Now, simulation engines are great because you can simulate those edge cases and scenarios. You can manually generate them, or you can randomly generate them, so it's very scalable and cost effective. And you can simulate very different sensors. So our simulation here, we're also doing LiDAR sensors as well. But the real challenge here is that it lacks perceptual realism. We can tell that it's a computer game. And so if you were to train an AI in this simulation, then deploy it in the real world, it simply wouldn't work. It just isn't real enough. So this was the challenge that we're trying to solve with our approach to simulation that we're calling GANSIM. So GANSIM is about generating perceptually real edge cases. So in here, in the image at the top, what you're first going to have is a computer game render, and I hope you can see that this is clearly a computer game. And because it's a simulation engine, you can get all the pixel perfect annotations and sensors. And then our technology, we use GANs to make them look perceptually real, which is this image here. So I hope that you can see this is clearly perceptually more realistic. Now, it's not just about making it perceptually real. As part of EDI, we needed to demonstrate that our simulation was better than a traditional rendering. And this is what the graph shows in the bottom. Not only is it better than just using a traditional rendering, we've demonstrated that we are as effective at training with real data. Now, if you just think about that for a moment, what that statement could mean, they could be, we can significantly reduce those 11 billion miles which are needed in a to demonstrate safety. Instead of getting them on the road, you can get them in a simulation engine. Now, that is quite an innovative step for the autonomous driving industry. So we think our EDI project was a big success. James Long from the Smart Mobility Labs had some very glowing comments, and it was very topical. It was something that OEMs and manufacturers were very interested in, and that it's also incredibly timely in the COVID pandemic. And we, after speaking to about 250 interviews with potential customers, have decided to refocus our business to focus on developing our own autonomous driving technology. So this is our advanced driver assistance system that I mentioned at the start. So we are using GANSIM to build our own autonomous driving technology, specifically an ADAS system that assists the driver in steer, throttle, and brake under their supervision, so augmenting their skills but not replacing them. Now, this is a retrofit solution. It's a dashcam-based device you can see in the image here that just mounts to the windscreen, and it can be used for many modern trucks here in Europe. And we're specifically training our technology to be fuel efficient. And in this MAN truck, which is a big market share of trucks here in Europe, we're showing about a 10.8% fuel saving in fuel. So why is this fuel so important to us? Well, let me tell you a little bit about the logistics industry. So if you run a logistics firm, it's incredibly tough business. You've got about 2% profit margins, that's razor thin, and about 1/3 of your costs is fuel. That's about 80,000 euros per year per truck. Now, driver behavior, how the driver drives a vehicle, has a huge impact on fuel economy, with a 30% difference between the best and the worst drivers. So given all these numbers, if we were to improve the performance of a fleet of the fuel economy of a fleet by 10%, we can nearly triple the margins of our customers who are logistics firms. So I'm going to show you two examples now of exactly how current systems work and how our technology works. So this is the cruise control system in the truck that we use, the stock system, and it just uses a radar-based system. So it has no idea of the intent of this car that it wants to merge in, and it doesn't know until the car actually cuts in that it wants to. When the sensor picks up the car's there, it brakes very sharply and then re-accelerates. Now, say if you've got a 30-ton truck, this is so fuel inefficient. And the number one thing that the good drivers do to be fuel efficient is to anticipate other driver behavior. And the current systems don't do that. Where our technology, the retrofit device I showed you earlier, we use AI and computer vision. So we recognize that this car wants to merge in, we coast before it happens, meaning that we don't lose as much speed, and then we re-accelerate. Now, this is much more fuel efficient. And in this 30-second clip is around about a 54% saving in fuel. And these are the types of maneuvers that we are training our technology to be good at, so they're going to find those fuel savings. So Creation Labs' strategy is to be the first autonomous trucking company here in Europe. The first problem we're solving is fuel efficiency for trucks. And our solution is a retrofit device that can save about 10% of fuel for vehicles. And we're sending these directly to logistics firms. Our key insight is that we can use our GANSIM technology to need far fewer miles to demonstrate safety. And then our longer term vision is to build fully autonomous trucks here in Europe. Now let me talk about Europe as a market. What's interesting about it is that it's the second biggest contract logistics market in the world after Asia Pacific. But most interestingly, it has the least technology competition in developing autonomous vehicles. There's only 2 tech companies in the UK developing this technology compared to the tens in Asia Pacific and North America. And our competitor here in Europe is also trying to build an electric vehicle, which has its own challenges in bringing that to market and also limited payload and range. Our unit economics are also pretty good. We charge €2,000 per device, along with 700 per year fee. Given the annual fuel bill our customers have of €80,000, over the lifetime of that vehicle, at a 10% saving, we would save them €70,000. So it's a win-win situation. Now, our market opportunity, this is a big market opportunity. If you take our £2,000 for the device plus the 700 annual fee, and we sort of like average the cost out over the lifetime of the device, we're getting about 1.2K per truck per year. Now, there's 6 million trucks in Europe currently, and so that would give us a total addressable market of about 7.2 billion in Europe alone, obviously much bigger globally. Now, we've got a really stellar team to do this. My co-founder Jakob has written a best-selling textbook on GANs, and he's previously grown a machine learning team from just himself to about 15 people, which was then sold to Accenture. I myself have a PhD from University College London in computer vision, and I've also led computer vision teams at startups here in London. We've got a stellar team around us as well who've got experience in AI, automotive, and semiconductors. We're fortunately backed by Y Combinator, who were the first investors behind companies like Dropbox, Airbnb, and Cruise Automotive. Now, we're actually a very young company compared to many of the others in here at EDI today. We were co-founded in May last year, and we've already feel that we've achieved a lot. We've obviously participated with EDI, been through the Y Combinator program, also developed our fuel-saving technology with such huge fuel benefits, and we've already closed pilots through Innovate UK that we'll be delivering on over this year and next year, in addition to other letters of intent from logistics firms. So we're excited by the future and continuing to develop our ADAS technology and fully autonomous logistics vehicles as well. So I'd like to invite you to join us in our mission to make industrial vehicles autonomous, greener, and more fuel efficient.
Thank you very much. Great talk. Please, jury panel members, questions.
Yeah, James, thanks a lot for the excellent presentation and also very, very interesting technology. I had a look at the few edge companies that are trying to build an AI stack for edge cases, but more on the not really on trucks, right? Mm-hmm. And in terms of your AI stack, how much data do you? What is the timeline when you will have enough data to deploy the solution to the market, like on a broader range?
So I think we're going to get the ADAS system deployed this year. So like we've already got great results for the UK, and we're already in discussions. That we had a LOI land yesterday, providing we can demonstrate fuel savings on their fleet, we can hopefully get that deployed by the end of this year. So that's the ADAS technology. The timelines we're looking at late this year, maybe early next year. The fully autonomous vehicles, that's going to be a multi-year project. We're looking at 2024. Our take on autonomous vehicles is that it's going to be the slowly approach. Regulation in Europe is very strict. They need to build confidence in the device. And so we're going to deploy our technology, gather more data using the ADAS, and then add more levels of automation later.
Mm-hmm. And do you have some real data that the way you are teaching your AI, that this is really more efficient than the other approaches the companies are taking?
So efficiency means two things. So efficient in terms of amount of data collected. This isn't we're extensively trying to prove that we're going to need to use less data. Early signs is absolutely yes. And we've only got a few hours of real data combined with our simulation data, and then we're already showing that it can drive on UK motorways quite well. So that is that one side. The exact number we need to work that out. Like, will it be the 20 billion? No, it won't be that many. It's going to be a lot less. The exact number, I don't have that yet. That's going to come later. But then the other efficiency is in the fuel saving that we're showing with the ADAS. Now that is proven. We've got that driving around similar locations around the M25 here in London, and that is showing that 10% fuel saving, which is very crucial for our customers.
Interesting. Thanks a lot.
Hi, James, if I may. So can you just elaborate a bit longer on your pricing plan and business model?
So we think about pricing a lot. We're selling the device with the purpose of the customer earning their money back within 1 year. So this is why it's maybe perceived to be priced quite low. We do 2,000 for the hardware, which is about 65% profit margin for us. And then the software is a much higher software margin for ourselves. The device, the software fee is about 700. So yeah, that's the model we've got there. Does that make sense?
So you're selling hardware and software combined only?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're obviously a very early stage company, and there could be interest for people to license our software as well, because that's obviously where our real secret sauce is. And we may explore that in the future. But right now, we're going for directly to logistics firms and selling and solving the fuel efficiency problem to them. But there's obviously a lot of value in our software that we could explore at a later point as a different revenue stream. But that's not something we're focusing on right now.
Sounds great. So what kind of market analysis have you done on like customer research part? So do you have basically, I don't know, 300 companies in a list waiting for your project or your product? Or what's the research done?
So we've got 5 companies waiting for our product. 3 of them are in the context of an Innovate UK grant, so where they're going to trial and pilot our technology, and they've got some really big fleets, 6,000 vehicles. So hopefully they convert as part of this innovation project that's starting later this year. And we have 2 companies who have got letters of intent, where we have clear criteria outlined between what a pilot would look like. They see the fuel saving, this converts to a number of vehicles. So we have those arrangements in place. But this is like a huge market, and those numbers are just the tip of the iceberg, really. And I think once we've got more evidence of these deployed systems saving the fuel, we'll be able to much more easily acquire new customers.
So, and while you're getting to the lower part of the iceberg, so how are you going to fund the business?
So we are going to be raising a seed round later this year. As mentioned, we're part of Y Combinator, which culminates in Demo Day, which is in about a month's time. So that's going to accelerate our seed round, and hopefully we'll get the capital to sort of accelerate this business. That said, I think that we have only raised about $150,000 so far, and we've already got a product which is showing these fuel savings. So we're incredibly lean, and we've got a very talented team, so we can go a long way with our relatively limited funds. But we are going to be raising that seed round next month, and we will be growing the team and sort of accelerating our progress.
Okay, I think we have to stop here. Thank you very much, Creation Labs. Very good.
Thank you very much.
Now is the turn for Medicsen. Eduardo Jorgensen, please take over. Show your presentation.
Hello, I'm sharing my screen. Can you see it?
Yes, we can see and hear you perfectly.
Great. Hello, I am Eduardo Jorgensen, medical doctor and CEO at Medicsen, where we have created a software tool that predicts individual risk of future diabetes, and it doesn't need sensitive biometrical data. Healthcare providers generate a lot of data, but they struggle to get value out of it, mainly to the difficult management, the cost of crossing and integrating data, and the restrictive regulations. Not only GDPR, but companies like private insurances are typically forbidden to access patient results and diagnosis. So it's difficult for them to remain competitive and offer a personalized service, because they can really know which patient is more likely to suffer a future chronic disease as diabetes, Mary or Paul. It is impossible to understand who will generate higher cost of care. So they have to make uncertain decisions on how to invest time and money. That's why we built Anya, a software that predicts which patients will suffer diabetes or complications in the future through a unique risk score. It works using only a sequence of medical acts as data input. This means that we don't need to access the results of a blood test, nor the patient diagnosis. We only need to know that the patient took that blood test. And within that sequence of medical acts, it finds valuable information hidden to the naked eye, creating an enriched layer of data. That layer allows our machine learning algorithms to accurately predict which patients will suffer diabetes or complications in the future, classifying them in risk groups according to different features such as type of risk or severity. All is visualized through an online dashboard where the doctor is able to better understand particular risk patterns, such as a patient having an autoimmune risk. And the managers can drag and drop cost variables to see which hospitals would benefit from a bigger risk reduction, for example, by hiring an additional nutritionist. A predictive healthcare analytics and visualization tool to optimize decision-making. Easy as dragging and dropping, useful as predicting future needs, and compliant with, well, with any data regulation since we don't use any clinical patient data. When analyzing the landscape, we found big companies as Change Health or Tipco and startups as Bubble Health or Foresee, mainly from the United States, which shows that there's still room for players in Europe. But our competitors tend to fail in the same few spots. Most of them use sensitive clinical data or fall in a very specific subsegment like Medicare. So the possibilities of those risk analysis tools are limited. The ones that only use medical acts have reduced accuracy since they are only based on business variables with limited understanding of the clinical path. And finally, if they manage to offer clinical risk evolution, they are either with a very rigid infrastructure or requiring a highly expensive integration. ANIA offers insights that are more valuable, compliant, and scalable to obtain, focusing our R&D on automating integration and improving prediction accuracy. And precisely those differential value points when compared to our competitors are the key market drivers: automation and accuracy for valuable insights. With healthcare analytics being a huge market, growing to reach 118 billion by 2025, with one of the major segments being predictive business intelligence. That market will grow from 4.5 to 20 billion by 2025, while our addressable market increases from 2% to 20%. Our business model is a software as a service for private insurances and hospital groups, basing the price on the size of the database and the desired functionalities. We have ANIA Basic, which is an automated solution to plug and play in the database of the healthcare provider and start offering valuable insights from day one. Price ranges from 300 euros to 1,000 euros per month and center, depending on the size of the database. And then there's ANIA Pro, in which our expert team of engineers customizes the enrichment and visualization, also increasing users allowed and frequency of algorithm retraining. Prices range from 1,000 to 3,000 euros per month and center, and there is a minimum of 1 year required. With this model, we're targeting a controlled market entry structured in 3 phases. We're ready to deploy the product. So initially, we're approaching the Spanish market with the goal of securing 3 clients and a total of 30 hospitals plus clinics, while we validate the prediction accuracy and the business model. In a second phase, we will scale the product by entering the European market, reaching the fully automated status of ANIA Basic and extending it to cover alternative diseases besides diabetes, reaching 15 clients and 330 centers. And finally, while we scale to the United States, we expect to position our risk score as a universal indicator to allow insurances to offer personalized policies to any patient without discrimination, reaching 50 clients and 1,000 centers. Our strategy to secure clients involves the traditional tools as trade shows, demos, commercial team, but we also have an innovative approach that was defined during the EDI process. We have embedded a simple version of the risk predictor in a website that offers users different insurance options, such as a rastreator, an insurance comparison. By securing interactions, we'll be able to understand the market better, grow the algorithms, and approach insurance companies in a much stronger position towards securing an agreement, since they will have a base of users already looking to change their private insurances that act as leads. With that strategy, we expect to conquer those clients and obtain a turnover of 100,000 euros that will grow to reach 10 million euros by 2024, with an EBITDA margin of 48% that year, of course. We have funded this project with 200,000 euros, 50% from private investors and 50% from public funding, including the EDI. And we are used to bootstrapping. So we have run away for a bit more than a year, expecting our next fundraising round of around 1 million euro to happen in early 2022 for scaling once we have KPIs to prove the success of our business model. And we have an awesome team for it, with data scientists coming from NASA, developers from MIT, medical experts that worked in Roche and Philips Healthcare, and a business team that has proven to achieve international press coverage, over 30 innovation awards, including MIT or South Summit, and B2B sales in the past. So we will keep selling now that we have a fully working MVP thanks to EDI program. Because at the beginning of this program, we had just had a concept for this product, but thanks to all of the EDI's webinars, mentors, and our coach, we were able to grow as a team and overcome all the challenges with our data provider to create a fully functional product that can be easily adaptable to future clients. Our technology is worth for the healthcare provider, but it also benefits the patient by increasing the personalization of their care. So we really hope that you join us to shape the future of healthcare from reactive to predictive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question time,
Thank
please.
you, Eduardo. Yes. So Eduardo, it's very, very interesting. If you want the concept, very interesting model. As I understood, you're gonna rely on, let's say, behavioral data, like they visit, but you're not gonna count on the clinical data itself, like the result of the blood test, right? Okay.
Right.
From my perspective, and I'm gonna play the devil advocate role. So how are you gonna convince someone who, like, seeing your claim as a beautiful virtual dream, okay? How are you gonna convince them that your mechanism or your innovation is better performance than other similar innovation who count on clinical data?
Great. The first part is that there are a huge segment of clients that cannot use the tools that employ clinical data, like private insurances, for example. Bupa cannot see the diagnosis of their patients. It will be unfair, right? So the thing that we're placing in here, the way to convince that this solution is accurately enough is with evidence. What we get is, we get a bunch of patients, blinded data. We don't know which one is a diabetic patient. We don't know which one is not. And we run our algorithms through them. And we identify which ones are diabetic and which ones are not. And we can do that today with the database of any healthcare provider, with their past data, without us knowing which one is which.
Okay, that's very good. My piece of advice would be for you, it's to work on, because from my perspective, in this sensitive industry, you know, health is a very sensitive human touching industry. What you're claiming needs a kind of scientific validation. It's not running an algorithm. We can, you definitely know, like training an AI with 10,000 records might lead to some result, but when that data goes to 1 billion record, it might be a totally different result. Okay, so my advice would be, you need a kind of scientific validation. Good luck.
Of course, completely. Thank you.
Hey, Eduardo, I'm Kazim here. I also have a question, and thanks a lot for the presentation. And do you have any unfair advantage of getting access to the data? Because every other company could also use or copy your approach, and you can't really defend your solution then, right? Do you have any unfair advantage here?
So there are a couple of unfair advantages from our point of view. The first one, and I have to say, it is our team. We have data experts, and we know that being a huge company with a lot of funding doesn't mean that you're going to necessarily create a better product. We can see that Medtronic is failing to create glucose prediction algorithms, and other companies are able to do so. So the first one is our team and our models. We're using it not only from an AI perspective, but from a medical point of view. I'm a doctor myself. So that's the first strength. And the second one that we're using is that we have a unique technology for automating the integration. We saw that there's a huge barrier when entering the market on taking time and money for expensive consultancy projects that require months to be able to create some value for the end client, right? So by reducing that friction, we're able to perform a fast market entry, to learn a lot from the data, and to keep increasing the value that we offer to clients.
Okay, thanks a lot.
And if I may, I still have a short question. Thanks for the pitch. So what's going to be your sales strategy? Like how you're going to reach those clinics and centers, etc., etc. And I guess you said you're going to start from Spanish market?
Yes. So we want to follow an approach of nailing it before scaling it. So the first one is market entry in Spain, knowing that market a lot, and securing clients that allow us to do what Fadi said, just getting real evidence that we can present when we scale outwards in Europe. Second phase would be Europe. And third phase, we will jump to the United States. But the way of penetrating those markets, besides the typical trade shows and a commercial team, of course, and all the publication of the evidence and online marketing, we're going to follow a strategy of generating leads. So there is a lot of people searching online. What is my health risk? How can I decrease my health risk? What are different insurance prices? So we're going to position a website with a mini risk analysis tool, a simplified version, in which patients can receive several insurance options. There are a bunch of these tools, right? Like Rastreator. So when we get those leads, we'll have a much better approach towards these insurance companies. We'll say, hey, we have all these base of patients that are looking forward for a personalized insurance policy. Let's do it with our risk analysis tool.
Okay, interesting. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, WearHealth. Thank you very much for this very good presentation. Now we have to switch the focus to, thank you, Eduardo, to WearHealth. So let's see if Esteban is around.
Hello, Diego, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. So you can take over. Make sure that you share your screen, please. Yes, we can see it. Maximize it, please, and start talking. Thank you, Esteban.
Good afternoon, everybody. At WearHealth, we help industrial companies to improve workers' safety, health, and productivity by detecting human risks with artificial intelligence and IoT data. Today, we're very proud to show you the results of our cooperation with Ibermutua, which is one of the leading insurances in Spain within the EDI project. As you might know, cardiovascular diseases are the #1 cause of death globally. This accounts to 70.9 million lives each year. What you might not know is that most of these lives can be saved, can be prevented. And there are 3 ways of doing such prevention. The tertiary prevention focuses on avoiding the evolution of a disease. The secondary prevention focuses on diagnosing the disease at an early stage. But most importantly, the primary prevention focuses on detecting risks before the presence of the disease. This is by far the most impactful and cost-effectiveness type of prevention. The problem is that not every patient has an overview of their risk and their progression, and the treatments are difficult to adhere. That is why, together with Ibermutua, WearHealth has developed an algorithm that provides early detection and predictions of cardiovascular risks in order to increase awareness, strengthen engagement, and quantify the progress. We have developed an easy-to-use web application, which has a powerful AI engine in the background that provides not only the specific risk assessment, but its evolution to both patients and medical doctors. Most importantly, our platform complies with the highest standards of data privacy and security. Our solution adds value to the patients because they have an overview of the progression of the risks and they can adjust their treatments, they can adhere better to the treatments. Occupational doctors can, with this powerful insights, can further engage their patients. And insurance managers have a better and more accurate overview of their risk pools. There are several solutions in the market. There's risk assessment based on a statistical process and the assessment of doctors. We're taking the best of both worlds and bringing it into one. And on top of that, we're augmenting our service with our forecasting AI analytics. Our business model and plan. We offer our solution as software as a service. We offer a trial package and a full package with a pricing of a yearly basis. The way that we sell our solution is we address insurances. Then these packages are sold on a regional basis, whereas then they can offer our service, might be directly or in a white label form, to industrial companies as an added value to their service. The target market and market opportunity. We are focusing on private health insurances. First, in Europe. As you can see on the left side, we have our TAM, SAM, and SOM. This is our initial focus, but we also see a huge potential in taking the next step in going globally with our solution. Thanks to the EDI and working together in the last month with Ibermutua, we have successfully implemented a predictive model that adds value, identified upcoming features, and we're currently working on a strong partnership with EDI. To quote the head of R&D department of Ibermutua, this solution has a unique value and its use is key for how we will manage and reduce cardiovascular diseases for the future. This is not the only interaction that we had in the past month, but we have been very busy talking with additional insurances in Europe, such as Munich Re, which is the biggest reinsurance in the world, TK, a German insurance, and Achmea, a Dutch insurance. And they're very excited with what we have developed so far together with Ibermutua. And on top of that, one of our health papers was quoted by Forbes recently. All of this wouldn't be possible with a great team, which we fortunately have it. We have key expertise in artificial intelligence, health, and business development. Thanks to EDI, we also have hired a new team member. And on top of that, we also have a very experienced advisory board, which supports us with our strategic decisions. Our go-to-market strategy and roadmap. We will focus this year into further productizing our solution together with Ibermutua and doing our first InsurTech pilots. Once we have achieved that, we believe that the product market fit will be ready in order to expand to additional insurances within Europe. And on top of that, we will prepare our solution so that it can be integrated to electronic health records system. Our vision to further increase the accuracy of our predictions and our risk assessment is also to include real-time data from wearables in the future. Based on the MVP that we have developed in the past month and the validation work that we have done in discussing not only with Ibermutua, but with additional insurances, we believe that we have a very good solution problem match. And therefore, we are raising a seed round of 500,000 for this year to further productize our solution and to invest into business development. Now, you might ask yourself, why are we excited about this? 4 years ago, as we started, our initial target was to address the InsurTech market. It was very difficult to enter and very slow. But what happened right now, thanks to the EDI program and putting us in direct contact with an insurance, we have been able to gather amazing traction. And this is the way that we want to proceed from now into the future, growing within this within this sector. And I believe, and we're confident that we will take our vision of providing a platform for industrial workers to the next level. So looking forward to being part of the evolve phase. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Esteban, question time, please.
Thank you, Esteban. I have only one question. Why you're delaying the integration with wearable coming from data? Why don't you start working on it now?
That is a very good question. I mean, we as a company, we work with wearables today. So this is a service that we have for industrial workers. Why we want to deal it separately? It's basically one problem is data privacy. So this is something that we need to tackle step by step. If we include everything at the very first, it will be difficult to start. So that is why we focus on having a very simple solution, focusing on historic data, showing the value, building on traction, and then adding the wearables on top of that will be an additional feature which will increase the value.
Esteban, my advice, it's work harder on that, because a lot of startup, and one of them that I personally coach, it's an American-based one called Cardio Diagnostic. They are already working since years on wearable data gathering, and they are too much advanced. So be aware of the competition so you won't move slowly. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yes, also from my side, it's an add-on question to what Fadi said, I think. Did you do, and I'm just also on the market timing, you know, there are solutions out there that are trying to solve the problem in a maybe similar way, let's say. But do you have done a market exploration before you started, or do you see any entry points where you could gain like more the market and stuff?
So I think there are several approaches of solving the solution, and there's several already risk assessment tools in place, but there's no such solution that is focusing on bringing those worlds together and providing this previous step and an in-depth analysis. So and the key of this, obviously we have developed a solid technology, but the key of doing this is the market entry together with insurances. And I believe by focusing and building that partnership, we will have an edge towards other companies, and we will be fast to bringing the solution to the end user.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you from my side as well. So can you just bring out what is the most unique value, or might this be that you just mentioned that you bring two parts together, or what might you say as the most unique value in front of your competitors?
So the solutions that are available there in the market are okay, right? They work, so they're being used. So medical doctors use this information. It is an assessment, it's a risk assessment over the next 10 years, and that's it. It's one number. So patients really don't know, and doctors really don't know what's happening underneath that. So our analytics go deeper and identify what are those individual risk factors or individual factors of that person that will lead towards that risk, so that they can more efficiently design the treatment and the support around those top factors. And on top of that, obviously, we do the forecasting and the evolution of those factors.
If we have time, can you bring an example? So if you say like if you say eat less fatty food, that's quite obvious, isn't it? Or move more. So can you bring an example that you explained at the moment?
Diego, would you like to give an example for this? My colleague,
Yeah, of course,
Diego?
of course. Go ahead. I was absent-minded. You can give an example. Yes.
Okay. No. I thought my colleague Diego was in the call. So an example is because he has a health background, so he can explain this. But if he's not in the call, then I'll explain it. So there are obviously lifestyle changes, but there's also, for example, blood pressure, diabetes. So out of all the potential risks, we are able to classify the top 3 that are most relevant to that particular patient.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Esteban. I think it's time to stop unless there is a very quick question. We have like 30 seconds left. Otherwise, we should make a small break and go back with Fractal Mind at 2:30. Okay? So, thank you, Esteban.
Thank you very much.
and welcome to the last batch of presentations. So we have 4 remaining teams. Now, Fractal Mind, Manuel Pimienta, ready on the screen. Please share the screen, your presentation, and start delivering your wonderful presentation.
Hi, thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Very well.
Okay, thanks. So let me share my screen. Okay, can you see it?
Yes, full size. Thank you.
All right,
Go ahead.
thanks. Okay, so my name is Manuel. I'm CXO at Fractal Minds, and I'm here to talk to you about our platform, Outliers. So Outliers is an employee engagement platform that is leveraged by a forecasting engine. So we cross business decisions and use those business decisions to transform the way employees see their day-to-day activities. And we do this because we noticed that there was a problem. Marketers feel that a big percentage of their budget is wasted because they don't have enough information, or the information that they do have, they don't know what to do with it. And in retail in particular, the few retailers that are collecting a lot of information, and a growing number is, they don't know what to do with that information, how to understand that information, how to use that information to take business decisions. And that, of course, impacts employees and employee engagement in this case. And we know that the vast majority of employees are either not engaged or actively disengaged in their day-to-day activities, and in big part because of this. And of course, it has consequences, in this case, in loss of productivity and in turnover costs, because employees that aren't engaged, they change their companies. And so current solutions for this, either on the forecasting side, the existing solutions are typically have low accuracy, and they are difficult to understand. You can see a lot of data, but it is hard to understand how to take that information and make business decisions based on that information, because normally it lacks the human context of where that information exists. And actionability on that information happens mostly through trial and error. So you take information, you try some new strategy, it can either work or not. And on the other hand, sales team engagement so far has been typically done with PowerPoint slides, Excel sheets, not that many pointers regarding strategic engagements, and they are rewarded through unstructured incentive programs or events and gimmicks. And we all know that seasoned managers that actually make this work aren't scalable. And so that's why we gathered this team of these 2 teams of experts in different domains, in like gamification, software development, game design, and of course data science and analytics. And we created. They had a lot of track records. So both these teams have, on the forecasting side, really powerful results, helping a lot of businesses reduce their stock out, reduce product shelf life, and of course increase the overall margin growth. But on the gamification side, we've been having really interesting results too, namely with Portugal's biggest tech retailer, where we were able to, by increasing employee satisfaction and employee engagement, also increase the bottom line, which in this case was sales revenue. And so we've been using these 2 different engines and these 2 different technologies with a lot of success with clients of all sizes in different domains, from Vorten to Adidas to Glint and the Narta Group, of course. And that's why we decided to combine our powers. And by combining our powers, we created this platform that leverages dynamic forecasting on the one hand to have better information on how to take business decisions, crossing with demographics, social economic information. And not only that, but explaining why those forecasts are the way they are, and combining it with our battle-tested gamification platform. Now we are able to generate predictive operational engagement. So turn that business information into something that the sales operatives on the ground can act upon. And that is the story of how our product works. So you have product managers and operational managers using the dashboard and using the back office to generate forecasts and understand those forecasts. So understand that a product performs better when the average age is like so, or the average available income, or the weather patterns, and take that information, simulate different business scenarios. So we can experiment how would a price change, if we lower the price of a given product, would not only impact performance of our products, but also impact performance of competing products if we have the business benchmarks, which in this case we had with our current data provider, HMR. And finally, we can take that information from the simulation and generate tactical engagements. What this means is that since we understand that lowering a price in a given region for a given time period has an impact of, for example, increased performance of 10% of sales, we can then transform that into a sales objective for the sales operatives on the ground that will have a web app that can take those new objectives and turn them into missions and gamify the whole experience for the sales operative. And so we envision this world where the business strategic decisions are more informed and are taken autonomously and more efficiently, and will impact employee engagement. And again, by having employees engaged, you can then have new drivers for taking better business decisions. And we are able to do that because we differentiate ourselves from our competitions, in the sense that we are first movers in this joint space of forecasting and gamification. So using business intel to transform how we engage the employees. And we do have this unique expertise of not only in gamification, but also in data science and analytics. And we have a big network of existing clients and partners all around the world. Okay. And we will use this to tackle, first of all, these verticals. Firstly, we will tackle Iberian Pharma, because that's where our current data provider is, and they operate in Portugal and Spain. And so we believe we can leverage that information to achieve success pretty fast in this particular vertical. But we intend to quickly jump into the Iberian retail. So not leaving health, but broadening our scope to encompass retail itself. And again, leveraging our existing client base in Europe and Australia to tackle bigger retail markets. And on the other hand, when we look at the gamification market, which is another market that we are pretty interested in, it's growing day by day, and the pandemic didn't affect it that much, which is really positive. And curiously, retail is the fastest growing vertical in gamification. So this is a happy marriage that we are meeting here. And our business model is threefold. So we will have setup and assessments to configure all of the data models to fit the data set of each specific client, and do any customization, visual customization for the sales operatives if we want to introduce a narrative to create even more engagement. And then, of course, having the licensing fee, so software as a service, depending on number of users and number of features that each client hires out. Optionally, and we have experience to back that up, we know that gamification projects work better when there are knowledgeable assistance. So helping them tailor the gamification to grow as the company grows. So we also have this kind of like consultancy service to help them achieve better results. And we are targeting mid to large companies, okay, because we realize that it's a sizable investment to address this. We will use our existing client base from our existing and profitable businesses. And we already have clients in Portugal, Spain, and Australia. And not only that, but also we are part of a global network of agencies called Tribe Global that has agencies all over the world. And we will leverage those contacts to achieve, to acquire new customers, and also by being present in fairs and conferences promoting our products. We will initially start distributing the product ourselves, but we plan to train, and we're already discussing that, our partner agencies to be able to distribute this product and act as proxies, at least initially, in the markets that we don't know as well, but they are already experts in. Our roadmap, and we see this as a parallel, the business roadmap and the technological roadmap, we will consolidate this product during this year, using our data provider as our first client for this joint venture. And we will use that leverage to address that health retail market, help them resell our product as a service also to their existing client base, that is the pharmaceutical companies in the Iberian Peninsula, and then grow into Europe, shift to retail as the product goes more and more plug and play as possible. Okay. Finally, we started this project with this EDI funding, which was perfect for us. In the meantime, we were also able to achieve incubation in the UK at USpace, which opens an interesting market for us, something that wasn't planned, but the EDI process helped with that too. And we plan to this year already to have some really interesting results. And we are looking at a 200K investment opportunity to really jumpstart this process as a new company and achieve promising results for 2023. Okay. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manuel. Jury panel, please.
Yeah, hello, Manuel. A question from my side.
Hello, Kazim.
With the funding you mentioned, how much of which revenue target will you achieve? I didn't fully get this one.
Yeah, so for this first year, where we hope to acquire this investment, we hope to achieve around 500K in revenue. Our expenses are still low enough for that to give us an interesting margin. Again, the advantage of this being technology that has evolved from our existing businesses.
Okay. And why are you just looking for a 200K investment, let's say, or what will be the ideal investment in general?
Yeah, well, at the moment, it's a matter of balancing out the funds that we would need to grow the development team and to be able to really focus on this product independently of the clients, but also that is low enough to still maintain some autonomy on our side.
Okay, understood. Yeah. Thanks.
Hi, Manuel.
Hi,
thank you for the presentation. I might be a very bit confused about the project. So you're going to form a new company, this meaning that at the moment you are a spin-off or like...
It's a joint venture. At the moment, it's a joint venture from two separate companies that joined for this. We were already planning to work together for some time now, and EDI provided the perfect context to do that. And what we saw is that there were a lot of potential. Not only is forecast not enough without the actionable engagement, but gamification requires that informed decision of the forecast. And so joining these two sides of the same coin, we now see that there is a big opportunity for this joint venture, and that's why we see that if investment comes in, we would probably spin off then to create this new company, just totally focused on this product and still leveraging our existing client bases.
How will the cap table look like? So my concern is rather on like who will be owning the company and the IP in the company in that case.
Well, the same partners that, of course, since we are two different companies for this new company, the same partners that are heading the two individual companies will head this new company, and we were looking at these 200 investment for 10% of equity for investor.
Thanks.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Manuel. Just one point. So I know that there's been in the industry tons and tons of different ERP system and sales pipeline tools with all kinds of reminders and business processes, and you always have that bottleneck or that challenge, which is the human factor. So if I am your customer, what can you say to convince me that you're going to overcome this challenge in what you're presenting?
Well, the way we see this is that normally the bottleneck that exists on the human side happens because the business side isn't as well informed as it should be. And so what we feel is that if the forecasting tool provides us and the simulation scenarios and the explanation of those forecasts, they will give us enough information to be able to streamline engagement on the human side. And that's where gamification comes in, where we've also seen that it can really accelerate performance and improve not only on this case, not only performance, but also better understanding the products that they're selling. So there are a lot of benefits for gamification on the human performance side, and even more so when it is informed with the data from the forecast engine. Of course, something that we've already planned for the roadmap, and I think I mentioned that, is we do see as a quick quick goal to integrate with existing platforms, CRMs, ERPs, in order to not impose our platform as the only solution, but also have an alternative for clients that they want to keep their existing operation platforms, but they do want that added value. So we will have integrations either with Salesforce or whatever platforms we see on the roadmap.
Thank you, Manuel. Just one quick piece of advice is to also take the workforce perspective from also because the main reason that all the sales people give, they are busy. There's too much on hand to digest. So if you can integrate with their timesheet, this kind of stuff, and link it to some incentive plan based on that engagement, that will give you an edge. So also to overcome that human factor.
Yeah, that's where the gamification comes in, and that's what we're already doing separately. But we already are doing that with our clients. Yeah, but that's really important. Yes, we agree.
Okay,
thank you. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Manuel. Thank you very much, Fractal Mind. Now is the turn for Stark Data. Paulo Figueiredo is going to take over. Please share your screen.
Hi.
Great. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. We are Stark Data, and the challenge that we were given in this EDI program was to talk about the future of the pharma market. So we addressed that by tackling the problem of making medication available with intelligent forecasts. And why? Just a moment. Just a moment. I had a problem here. The problem is that medication shortages puts the patients at risk. It's costly to patients also because generics are the type of medications that are most affected by shortages. And it has a direct impact on the decrease of sales for the pharma industry. According to the FDA, medication shortages have different reasons and account for one of the main problems in the distribution of medications. Manufacturing issues, raw material shortages are all one of the main reasons for medication shortages in the healthcare industry. The solution is to create the solution that we propose. It's an AI cloud platform that predicts medication demand, both for pharma and for pharmacies. Why? We are tackling a supply chain inefficiency that exists when medication shortages are present. We want to have a better cost benefit of medication allocation for the simple reason that when a specific medication is not available, patients that were using generics tend to switch to prescription medication, and it's costlier to them. And also there is a patient risk decrease. So our product, using machine learning models and AI analytics, forecasts demand by medication, region, and pharma. It also calculates shortage probability for different time frames. For example, it calculates it for weeks, for months, and for days. And it also correlates demand with demographics and environmental data. It makes that correlation also with disease data, seasonality, and region. The market size for medication in Europe, it's around 208 billion. But we are going to address the Portuguese market in an initial stage, which is around 3 billion. The size, the market that we want to evolve from the Portuguese market, it's the generic European market, which is around 16 billion euros each year. Our value proposition is to be able to give to farmers and pharmacists revenue forecasting, medication demand and shortage forecast, also the impact of external factors on medication demand. We are talking about factors that are outside the dynamics of medication distribution, such as temperature, such as UV radiation, pollen in the air, which affects certain types of medication, and also demographic and geographical influence on the consumption of medication. We understand that, and this is one of the key aspects of our work, it's that you need to have key partners. Because this is a very sensitive industry, and we are partnering with market research companies, healthcare data innovation hubs, and we'll talk later about that, and also NHS organizations, such as hospital networks, healthcare institutes, university research departments. We believe that by combining the strengths of all these entities, it is possible to have a product that goes into the heart of medication shortages and correlation with diseases. So our customer segments are clear. There are 4, although we'll be addressing 2 at the beginning. It's pharma companies, because they need to have reliable forecasts for medication distribution. Market research companies, which provide analytics, and they can benefit from forecasting within the market research that they do. And also, on a later stage, hospitals and NHS, also private hospital networks and pharmacies or groups of pharmacies. The key resources needed to achieve our business model are on the human side, AI and machine learning engineers. They are the cornerstone of everything that we do. A cloud infrastructure that is reliable and that is scalable, because we want to provide a seamless scalability of our solution depending on the number of users and clients and data, and also data providers which provide the data for which we train and develop our models. Revenue and investment is also a key resource, and in this regard, EDI was absolutely crucial for us to develop our solution and to make it a really professional solution. The revenue streams, we have our product running as a software as a service. We have an annual subscription fee for end customers. So we expect customer subscription to account for 58% of our revenue streams. Resellers, it's when we integrate our product with other market research companies. And AI subscription, because we want to be able to integrate our product with existing products, like, for example, Salesforce, that exist within companies and that provide a seamless integration. We also saw from the work that we did that some data services are needed in order to put the data ready to be used by our product. So it's, as I said, our business model is an annual subscription. This is what we are targeting for the first 2 market segments. We have a setup fee and we have a monthly fee that basically covers the analytics for all products and pharma companies for market research, and we have individualized analytics for each pharma company. Our competitors, well, we see as our competitors startups that are moving into this area and that want to provide analytic services in healthcare. Also, the traditional tech companies such as IBM, SAP that develop vertical solutions based on AI and machine learning for healthcare, and also analytic platforms such as SAS, and also companies that provide information for healthcare industry, such as IQVIA. These are global platforms that usually demand high costs of customization and implementation, and that have a cost difference to our solution that makes our solution much more interesting for companies. Our growth strategy is we start with EDI, and we test run the solution in Portugal with a partnership with our data provider. And we want to establish then our solution by launching a product version to run on Spain, Ireland, also in partnership with our data provider. A mature platform will be a platform that will be used for the whole of the EU, and we will show you why and how, because we were able to establish an interesting partnership. So our go-to-market strategy starts in 2021 with the pharma labs. We'll be addressing the pharma labs via direct sales and partnership with a market research company. We'll start NHS implementation by 2022 by having a memo of understanding signed with the National Health System within the Digital Innovation Hub framework, and we will have partnerships within the EU scheduled for 2022 to 2023 through the European Data Innovation Hubs. And how are we going to achieve this? As you probably know, data innovation hubs are structures that are set up by governments in each country to address specific needs of verticals such as defense, healthcare, industry, and we were invited as a startup to be part of one of the national data innovation hubs for healthcare. We are here also with universities that do research in healthcare, and also with the government through the Ministry of Health IT services. That's part of this hub. And so we have a network that will allow us to have access to research in healthcare and data that is important to develop our product. It also allows us to get in touch with data innovation hubs across Europe, and thereby making it easier for us to get contacts in Europe to sell our product. Our cost structure, as you can see, it's mainly taken by salaries. Cloud computing, it's about 14% of the costs that we have. We have a very lean operation that makes operation costs really low. We understand that marketing costs will grow as we grow our business, and specifically when we have to project the value to different markets. We expect, and we are aiming for a profit of around 30%. By closing our first year, we had about 20% in the first year of operation since we started in 2020. But we believe that we can achieve this. It's achievable. This is a screenshot of our platform.
We should move to questions, I think, Paulo.
So we'll move then to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulo, for the presentation. It's very interesting. I have one question and a follow-up question to that question. From where you're going to get your data to train your AI and build the system?
The data is through partnerships with market research companies and through the Data Innovation Hub, because they have access to a huge amount of data that they get from the activity that health institutes have in Portugal. So data innovation, we are in charge of the artificial intelligence area of the Data Innovation Hub.
Okay. In your revenue model, you said that you're also going to sell the result of your data to market research.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a both-way stream. So what will prevent the market research to partner with any other AI software development company to do the same and compete with you?
Okay, I think that question can be asked about anything. Of course, they can. I think what we can do in that regard is to provide them with value in terms of predictions that complement their product and enhances their offering. So I think it's a win-win partnership in both ways.
Okay, that's what I want to reach. So what would be your competitive edge that at the same time will be a market entry barrier to others? So you will have that strong relation with the market research institution.
The competitive edge will be much around the partnership that we also establish within the Data Innovation Hub structure, because we have access to data, disease data, anonymized information that will allow us to leverage the information that we have about medication sales. So medication sales in themselves, they give indication and we can get predictions about disease prevalence. But if you have also the information that comes from hospital networks, or from the national healthcare system about disease prevalence, that's a perfect match because you can cross-reference both.
Thank you.
Yeah, hey, Paolo, thank you very much for the presentation. A question from my side, how big is your team at the moment and how are you planning to expand? I think you wanted to speak about this, but the time was on.
It was just a slide of the founders. I think that they are not the most important people there, but yeah, we have a team of 8 people now, but in our plans, we expect it to grow in the next 6 to 8 months to 16.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll be effectively doubling.
Okay, thanks.
So thank you from my side as well. So what's your funding plan? I'm sorry if I missed that. So are you raising funds or more public funding, or what's your plan?
Okay, that's an excellent question. Thank you. We want, one of the reasons we'd like to move to the next phase is also to see the opportunity of funding within the EDI context. But this digital innovation hub, it's not only about companies that work. They are going to create a link with VCs and also with business angels, so that startups that are created within the context of healthcare can be boosted with funding. We intend to go to our seed stage funding in 2022. We want to prove ourselves as a profitable startup, which we have done in the first year, and then we'll move to seed funding by 2022, which gives us time in 2021 to prove also the concept in the healthcare. By the way, I didn't mention, but we have this predictive platform already live for retail, and we have an MVP done also for banking, but we are now focusing heavily on healthcare.
Okay, I think we should stop.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Paulo. Thank you, starkdata. We move now from Portugal to the Balkans with Vodéna. So please, Miro, you take over.
Hi, hello, Diego. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can see your presentation. Put it full screen, please. Perfect.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much for your introduction. My name is Miro Krstic and I'm Business Development Manager at company Vodéna. And I will present you here our solution for retail predictions. So, what is actually one of the largest problems in the retail today? That is that overstocks and out of stocks cost retailers $1.1 trillion globally in the lost revenue. And that is only in the financial sense. So not to mention CO2 emissions caused by unnecessary transportation, waste of food, which is probably the worst thing, and so on. And one way to tackle this problem is actually to try to predict the future sales. And of course, if you want to do that, you want to build predictive models based on the machine learning. And that is actually a good approach. Models that can be built are very accurate. However, the best models are models that are actually related to the sales of one product in one store. And if you are a large retailer, if you have a lot of stores, if you have a lot of products, in that case, number of machine learning models counts on thousands. And that can be a potential problem. So let's see what machine learning can do for us here. So some recent studies gave us two very important insights. First is actually that what is the main barrier in implementation of artificial intelligence in the industries as a whole? So the first is complexity of integration. So not the quality of the model itself, but complexity of integration into the existing infrastructure. And also there are problems like complicated generation of ML models and difficult maintenance. And second insight, which is probably even more important, is that 60% of all machine learning pilot projects never enter the production stage. In other words, 60% of all the effort that was put into the machine learning is actually wasted from the business point of view. And there are two very distinctive reasons for that. The first is actually that data science community, let's say, focus too much on the accuracy of the models and not so much on the implementation of the models. So what is the point of perfectly accurate predictive model if you just cannot use it in your everyday operations? And the second problem is actually that machine learning models are software, but they are very specific types of software. So in traditional software, you write code once and you use it whenever you like. Results are always the same. But with machine learning models, you need to take care about data, you need to take care about data drift, about model drift, you need to maintain them. So in other words, you always need to have one eye on that model. And in situation where you have hundreds or thousands of models, that is probably impossible to do if you're not using some kind of automation. So what is our solution to that problem? Our solution is a foxtail. That is automated machine learning system for production, management, and deployment of predictive models on industrial scale. So I will describe the products here only on the high level. Foxtail takes sales data from the data provider and generate a vast number of predictive models and train them. All this is happening actually in the cloud infrastructure in this distributed environment. And all these models are then put in the model storage. From that model storage, user can use these models to make predictions and so on. But what is, so this is basically MLOps solution. But what is our advantage here? Our advantage is our fine-tuning module, Black Fox. That is module that is used to actually improve the models that are found in the model storage. And that is a platform, let's say, that uses genetic algorithm optimization of all elements of the network to describe the problem at the best possible way. So in that case, actually, what we have here is turn on and forget solution for machine learning. So Black Fox is industry proven. That is one module of our solution, and it is used, tested in STEM. STEM is one of the largest providers of electricity in the United States, of renewables in the United States, and they use it to predict electricity consumption during the year. It is now in the testing phase in the Vodafone Ireland, and they are using it for some kind of marketing activities for churn predictions and so on. And also, let's mention, Black Fox received the European Commission Seal of Excellence as a part of our solution that deals with the DEMS. So that is a DEM health based on evolving neural networks. But let's go back to the retail market size of the global market size of artificial intelligence is in retail is 3 billion euros in 2019, and it is projected to reach 23 billion by 2027. And machine learning dominates the use in the retail. And the main driver is actually a demand prediction. That is the problem that we are trying to solve here. About our business model, key users are data scientists first of all, in the large retail chains, but also data scientists in other industries. So let's not forget, Foxtail is actually industry agnostic solution. So you can use it in retail, but you can also use it in any other segment of industry. You can use it in manufacturing, and that is especially in Industry 4.0, where machine learning is very important. You can use it in telecommunications, you can use it in energy sector, and especially in renewable part of the energy sector. So our value proposition is easy management of a large number of machine learning models, improved forecast accuracy, more optimal use of human resources, and increased revenue or reduced losses, depends on what kind of problem you're trying to solve. Marketing will be focused on digital marketing, and all these activities actually will be related not to make a sales pitch, but actually to build trust between end user and our company. So to position our company as a company that can help them to solve their problems. As for sales, we prefer direct sale. Direct sales has its own drawbacks, but it has one very significant advantage, and that is actually that you can have a feedback from your customers. So at first, that will be our main channel. And revenue streams. First of all, this is a subscription on the cloud service, but it is also possible to do a licensing of this solution and, of course, consulting revenue. So our plan is to enter the market in second half of 2021 and to achieve a profit of 2.7 million euros by 2025, and ROI is 440% in the 5-year period. So if we have to sum up our, let's say, business model in one sentence, then it would be best through this famous quote of Mark Twain. So when everyone is looking for gold, it's a good time to be in the pick and shovel business. Foxtail is exactly that. It is a pick and shovel to actually get the value that is hidden in the data that you already have. And this is our team. Our company was established in 2014 by a university professor with 20 years of experience in development of software for academic use and for commercial use. It is very well balanced. We have university professors, we have very strong R&D team, we have an experienced business team, and we survived on the market for the past 6 years because we always put the needs of our end users on the first place. So thank you very much. That is the end of my presentation.
Hi, thanks. If I may start right away. So you have quite a team. So how are you funding your business right now? As I can, if I'm not wrong, you don't have any revenue yet, or?
Well, we don't have a revenue from this product, but we have a revenue and we have another line of business. That line of business is actually production. So I didn't mention that our greatest achievement probably till now is development of a very complicated decision support system for optimization of electricity production on one of the largest hydropower plants in Europe, that is Iron Gate Dam on Danube. So actually we have a revenue, but not from this product. We have another line of business also. And this is something that we would like to, let's say, take away from the Vodéna and make some offspring company, and then that company would, if we manage to do it, it will be a separate company with a separate product and with a separate business plan and so on.
Thanks.
Hello, yeah, from my side, I understood that you can use your analytics solution in various industries and various markets. So do you have any focus as well? Because as I've seen that you mentioned that you can use it in manufacturing, in retail, but it will be very difficult to tackle all of them. I mean, you'll be aware of that, but where do you see the best traction or the best chances to enter the market?
Well, best traction for now, actually, we see in the retail. So this whole presentation was based more or less on the needs that retailers have.
Yeah.
But as any startup, we are ready to pivot in the second if that is what is needed. So what we see also as a very strong point is usage in energy systems, actually in renewable energy systems, because predictions are. So this demands a little bit of introduction, but with the introduction of renewables in the system, a whole lot of problems actually emerge. So of course you will now ask, okay, but renewables, that is a good, right? Well, it is, but it put a lot of problems to the network operators. So that is intermittency of the power sources, that is so-called the duck curve. So they are in a very large problem to optimize actually the distribution of electricity through the network. And machine learning is actually something that you use in that case. And again, as in the retail, if you want to make a forecast for energy consumption, you have to make separate model for every user, actually for every household. And again, we are talking about hundreds, if not thousands, of learning models.
And on the I think that was 10,000 per month, right? The pricing, if I've seen that correctly. Do you have any market feedback on that? So are the clients really willing to pay this, and where will you see the first revenues coming from?
Yes, we checked actually that on the market, and that is 10,000 euros including cloud infrastructure. So actually, we are talking about 5,000 euros, and 5,000 euros actually goes to the infrastructure cost, and that is the cost that is actually acceptable on the market.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so if there are no more questions, we thank you, Vodéna, and we pass to the last presentation of the day with iERP. So we finish our journey in Slovakia with Joseph talking to us about the product in the retail sector. Thank you.
Thanks, Diego, for a fantastic introduction. So can you see my screen?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joseph. I am the CEO of iERP, your AI business prediction platform. I know that after a full day of pitching, everybody is tired. So let me try to make it simple and sweet. So at iERP, we are helping businesses to predict their future using their own data. And let me show you how easy it is. So the customer will export their data from their existing ERP or CRM system and load it into our platform. Then they will choose one of the prepackaged AI algorithms, have a lovely cup of coffee, and let our AI engine to train. And then we will tell you how much we will sell in the future, what customers will purchase next, what discounts you should give, and will your invoice be paid on time or not. Now, large corporates are already using these algorithms with really great success, but they're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars and spending months in the deployment. And majority of the companies simply can't afford that. Now, our innovation is the reduction of the deployment time from months to days. And as a result, we can pass 10x reduction of the cost to our customers while keeping or even exceeding precision of the existing solutions. Now, we joined EDI to create a specific sales forecasting for the retail industry together with the data provider Migros. And a part of technicalities, like we join all the workshops and we work together with Birol, with Migros and Herman as one team. I think the great success is that we delivered the algorithm which we promised. Now, don't take my word for it, because we did a blind test together with Migros. So the Migros did provide us the data until March 2019. We did train our algorithm and provided the predictions for April 2019 for 1,100 stores and 30 categories. Then Migros did the cost comparison, and the results are that we are actually even more precise than their existing solution. So imagine us on Friday last week on the meeting when we learned this fantastic news. As we reduced the number of models, we reduced the time which it takes to train and forecast, and on top of it, increase the accuracy compared to their existing solution. Now, past couple of months, we not only work hard on the product, but we push hard on the sales as well. So we have now already 6 customers, including a large bottling FMCG company from the Fortune 500 list and a large corporate from Dubai with more than 10,000 employees. Now, on top of it, we are running 3 proof of concept projects as we speak. We have 30 qualified business leads, and we are experimenting on the LinkedIn and Google with the ad campaigns, which are generating more than 2 leads a day. Now, on top of it, we are creating a partner network, which is where our scale actually is. We have already 21 partners onboarding 10 more. And in just last year, we completed Startup Wise Guys program, Dubai Chamber of Commerce, EDI, and EIT Manufacturing. And as a cherry on the cake, we've been accepted into Microsoft for Startups and Oracle for Startups. And we are working with these 2 great companies on the roadmap with the ultimate goal that iERP will be sold through existing sales channels of Microsoft and Oracle. Now, what is heartwarming that when your hard work is actually noticed by others? In October, our case study has been promoted by Google. In December, we become Best AI Startup of the GITEX conference. Just last month, EU startups selected us as a top rising stars in Slovakia for year 2021. And this all started just 18 months ago when Dusan and I had the thought how to approach the market. And we ended up here with a team of 14 people with a dedicated data science team, dedicated development team. Nico, Ivona joined us in November. And just this week, we expanded the development team with Lasha and Luis. And we still have a hard time to keep up with all the demand. So, where we are going from here? If we will be accepted in the EDI evolve phase, we will integrate the sales forecasting for the retail industry into our platform. We will even further boost our sales and present the solution on the Smart Retail Tech in London. Now, in general, the AI business predictive analytics will be a large market. In 2025, there is 190 billion size of the market with more than 3 million total addressable market. And we are expecting to obtain about 3,600 customers by 2025. And specifically for the EDI challenge, we already have a list of 500 supermarket chains with a revenue more than 500 million, which we are planning to approach directly with our solution. Now, our business model is a subscription-based, and our pricing is actually starting from 1,000, and it is dependent on the revenue of the customer. Now, we are well on the way to reach our revenue target of 223,000 by end of the year, with a year-end MRR of 30K. So in summary, we have tested algorithms, we have tested sales and partner process, and we have a confident team which can even work with the giants like Microsoft and Oracle. But we actually need your support as well. We are currently raising 300,000 to boost sales, marketing, and even further the development team. We have already 2 investors which committed at least 100,000 into this round. Plus, we would love to continue to work with Migros, with Herman, with EDI, if we will get a chance. My name is Joseph Balash from iERP, and I will be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joseph. Now it's time for the jury panel.
Thank you, Joseph, for this is positive conclusion of this day. My question for you, as you said, a very high confident team, very successful solution, customer lining up. Why do you need Evolve? Why do you need AI? I didn't. Okay, it's good to have you here, but actually, why? What is going to be the impact if you have that much confidence, that much successful? You have a breakthrough. You're already in Microsoft, Oracle. But why you need support of Evolve of AI?
So for each algorithm and each business vertical, we need a partner like Migros to invest the time and the resources to develop the specific vertical solution which is tested and works. So for the FMCG company, for example, we developed the sales forecasting for manufacturers and wholesalers, which is working completely differently. But once we did this initial investment, then we are able to sell it as a box.
Okay, just for me to understand, because I am an external expert, so if you graduated this phase, you didn't pass to the next phase, you cannot continue working with Migros?
I hope that we will keep in touch one way or the other, but it will be much easier if we will stay in the next phase of EDI.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
So hi, a quick question from my side. So what's the sales or revenue forecast for yourself in, I don't know, upcoming months or half a year?
So we are expecting the revenue of 223,000 by the end of 2021.
Mm-hmm. And just as a question, why are you raising basically only 300K? Is there a very specific reason for that? And what might be the valuation? As a business angel representative, this might be a very good match for Estonian business angels.
I absolutely understand, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Startwise guys.
Yep.
Yeah, so we spoke with Cristobal like 2 weeks ago, so we'll be very happy to actually have a dedicated session. So regarding the pre-money valuation, currently is at 2.5.
Understood. Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Now, regarding 300,000, we did work hard to understand how much we really need. We do have, for example, the Fortune 500 company. We literally supposed to sign the contract tomorrow, which will give us the MRR and help us to move to that stage. So that's what we are raising, what we need at this point in time.
Sounds great. Cool.
Thank you.
Hello, Joseph. Kazim here. Yeah, I would have a question. I mean, you're having a good development, and maybe you've also mentioned, but what is the let's say the overall vision of your company? So what will be the company maybe, let's say, in 10 years or in general? What is your big vision on the long term?
Absolutely. Now, what I'm saying that if I will go to Vietnam and there is a stand or a small shop and they are using our prediction software to know how much they need to purchase the supplies, that's the end goal. Because on the end of the day, our AI algorithms are like experts which will learn on top of the customer data. And each business owner does need to have an expert which can whisper in his ear and give him actionable suggestions.
Mm-hmm. Okay, excellent. Thanks.
Thank you.
Seems like no more questions.
Joseph, just one piece of advice, and take it like in a very friendly way. Whenever I see a startup with that high level of confidence, it scares me, because it's either like 100 or a 0 when you have that high level of confidence. So it's too risky. So I would love to see more business validation, not only the technology validation. I'm sure that you have a great algorithm, but I would love to see, like, for your future, for your growth, get as much as you can more business validation, the same way that you did with the test with Migros. Get that much and validate that you can do it in a very timely manner and cutting. So I need to see an example that you were able to cut the process from months to 10 days. That would actually give me a tangible confidence proof.
And I absolutely understand, Fahi, from where you're coming from. When I said we are running 3 POCs, we are literally running 3 POCs. There is one pharmaceutical company, one company delivering or a wholesale distributor of cars. We literally receive the data and we are giving them the prediction results in 10 days. So Dushan, my co-founder, is literally running these 3 POCs as we speak.
Great. So it's good to demonstrate this, because
absolutely.
Your success link it to tangible objective facts. So there is no room for doubt anymore. Okay. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Okay, people, so thank you very much. It was a fantastic session, the one we had today. We even finished with a lot of energy thanks to iERP. So now it's time for all of us to take a picture. So you have 2 minutes now to disguise yourselves with the EDI gear. And we will also try to get together here the team of those two. So that somehow we can take a picture of all of us. So I will admit everybody to the that are in the waiting list and ensure that we are all joining now the Zoom session for a common photograph. Okay? So just 2 more minutes and we get all of us together. Ane, Mikel, Unai. Sacamos una foto, o sea, ponemos así delante de la cámara de pies, o cómo hacemos. Aquí está el pantallazo de los 3, claro, porque con Zoom hay que ir moviéndose por...
Parece que...
Sí,
Igual, la gente parece que está...
Bueno, ayer por lo menos con Zoom yo tuve que paginar. Había 3... Sí, no,
Que se ha atascado el admitir. Hay que admitir a todos ya, pero se ha atascado. A mí no me funciona. Están ahí. Gracias.
Sí,
pero igual tienen más. Yo no tengo jersey, ni nada.
Pues si quieres poner este jersey y yo me pongo la chapela.
Es que no me da tiempo a subir arriba, ¿no?
No. Porque tú ponte este.
Da igual, bien.
Ahora, ponte este.
Que no me importa, en serio.
Yo la taza y la chapela. Bastante.
Para que
sea un poco mejor, porque no ponen encima de la mesa las letritas. Así se el resto de las paletitas. Y es pan y
No?
Of us missing, and we will start with the pictures, okay? So I want to see your mugs and your t-shirts and your jumpers.
¿Cómo nos ponemos? A ver. ¿Qué hacemos? ¿Cogemos las letras así una cada uno entonces?
Sí.
¿Ponéis arriba?
Ahora, pues, la I.
¿Tú quieres la E?
No, tú mismo.
Yo con la E. Se me vea.
Vamos, como una mascota olímpica.
Diego, tú coges una taza, vamos a ver, queda raro.
O un trofeo.
El trofeo, sí, una taza.
Y ya se ve esto. Lo subimos, lo bajamos. Está bien, no lo veo, porque está la pantalla. Tengo que hacer 2 capturas, efectivamente.
A ver, desde aquí, pero...
Okay, so I have to tell people, no?
¿Cómo?
Hay gente más para admitir, ¿eh? Hay más gente para admitir. ¿Les admites tú?
Sí.
Vale.
Que tenemos mascarilla.
Y que si quieres puedes cambiarme un poco.
Okay, one more minute, we take the pictures, okay? Just bear with us.
Okay. Venga, Yanire.
Vamos para allá todos. Ah, bueno, sí, Yanire lo pide ya, papi.
¿A Yanire qué le damos?
Se han acabado las letras.
Es otro trofeo, una taza.
A ver, me tenéis que aguantar un segundo porque voy a hacer diferentes tomas, ¿vale?
Esa es una profesional.
A ver, coges esta chafela, ¿eh?
Estoy sonriendo.
Es muy mona.
Póntela, póntela.
¿Me la pongo? Sí, seguro. Bueno, pues yo no pongo esta.
Hay comunicado. Disolución de banda armónica.
Sí, parecemos eso.
Sí, sí. Si no se nos ve la boca.
We have to take the snapshots of the people remotely now.
They are looking at us. Sí, bien.
Okay, so I think... So people, please, greet, move your hands. We're gonna take the picture now. Come on! Come on, idiot! Good. Snapshot number 1 taken.
Say chief. They say chief.
Yes.
La mía tengo el cajón.
¿Puedo conectarme yo ahí?
Sí, ahora consigo la cosa. Okay, and now we go for the next screenshot. So, one sec. Okay, people, come on, greet. Move your hands. Cheer. Let's go for it. Great, thank you. Bear with me that in the first snapshot, I didn't grab it properly, so we had to repeat that one. Okay, so we will repeat the first snapshot, so one sec. One more time. Come on, this is the last one. Come on. Come on, people. Great. Perfect. We have a brilliant snapshots that we will publish now on Twitter. So, thank you very much for your time. Relax. Now the hard time begins for us. We need to take a decision, and only 9 will be left. So we are going to go back definitely by 4:45. Please make sure that you are already around by 4:30. Make sure you are already around by 4:30. We will keep you posted through the Slack channel, okay? So, thanks a lot. Between 4:30 and 4:45, we will contact with you. Okay? See you later. So thank you very much for helping us and making it through till here. So, for the awareness, as you know, you will be able to move on to the evolve stage where your progress will be measured based on the KPIs and milestones. An information pack will be delivered to all of you early next week. And for the non-winners, please keep in contact with the data providers. Hopefully you can still reach to arrangements with them. Keep in touch with us. We will keep offering you some other opportunities for engagement. So please still pay attention to our mailing lists. And all of you will receive an ESR report explaining your marking and the reasons why you made it through or you didn't make it through. So I hope that you enjoyed it. Despite the fact that we had to do it remotely, I think overall it still has been a very exciting event, very entertaining. I want to, before I proceed to announce the winners, to thank my colleagues, particularly Idoia Minguez, who is all the time behind the program, trying to address all the requests, issues, payments, and so on and so forth. So thank you, Idoia. Thank you to my colleagues from the technical team, my colleagues from the business development team, from the Deusto Emprende. Thank you very much to the coaches, to the evaluators, to the mentors, to all the teams, to the data providers, because without you, we couldn't be incubating any data-driven solutions. And thank you, of course, to Zavala, to Adventure, to F6S, to engineering, and to Deusto, the 5 core consortium partners that are moving this incubator forward. This is what you're going to be getting. As you can see, some of you will be getting one of these beautiful berets. This is a Basque beret. So I hope that, Yvonne, you can show it on the channel. This is again a Basque beret, which basically is the typical hat that people, when they win something in the Basque country, we give them these big berets so that they can put them on their hands. Okay, so you can also see them on the screen, and we will deliver one of these to all the teams. Okay, some of them will have this winner label on them. The other ones will have the Experiment Awards label on them. You will also be granted this other, Yvonne, a trophy with 2 engravings, which basically will allow you to proudly exhibit in your offices and to acknowledge the big effort and contribution you made to the EDA program. Okay? So, and now that we know what the prizes are, well, the biggest and most important prize is that you will make it through and you will be opting to another 20,000 euros of equity-free funding that for some of you, for all of you, are actually a great prize. So, let's see. The first team winning is adiutaByte. So a big clap for them. Please show yourselves in one of the cameras so that we have the opportunity to see you also on the streaming. My colleague is also working to show it on the YouTube stream. And adiutaByte, please greet.
Yeah, so thank you very much for choosing us. It's a really, really great honor to continue this journey, and we are really happy to continue our journey with ROCC. It's going to be a great project, and thank you so much for the support and so on. So very, very happy to continue.
Great, thank you to you, Philip, and to all your team. So the next winner is Amplify Analytix. So please, our representative from Amplify Analytix,
Yeah, we're here and we're absolutely delighted to be through. Thank you so much for all of your support. We couldn't be happier. Thanks so much.
Okay, we're very glad that you are so glad. Next team, Creation Labs. So please, greet to the camera.
Great, thank you so much. We're really pleased to be to the next stage. A huge thank you to Bartek, who's our mentor, who really helped us with our presentation. So looking forward to the next phase. Thank you.
Good. I think, did you manage, Yvonne, to show the chapella of Creation Labs?
Sorry, can you hear me now? Or
yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, just thank you. We're really pleased, and we're really thankful to Bartek, who is my mentor.
Good. Okay, we pass to the next team. Qualifying to the Evolve stage is Divizend. So, somebody from Divizend, please.
Yes. Gracias, gracias, and thank you. We're really amazed to be in the final round, and with our fintech approach, let me say, as an outsider. So happy to be in the next round, and thank you for your support, Idoia and Diego, especially, and Sarah. Thank you very much, and thank you to our data providers, Deutsche Bank and Co. Thank you, really.
Thank you to you.
Muchas gracias.
Okay, let's see. The next team winning is Grama. So Grama, please greet to the camera.
Hi, Diego. Thank you so much. So we're really happy to go through to the next stage, and we'd like to thank you guys for picking us and give you guys great feedback, because the organization has been just amazing. So thanks for that.
Thank you to you for taking part in the program. Okay, and the next one is HOPU. So please.
Well, thank you so much indeed. Also, please, Eva, Javier, switch on the camera. So very happy to work with the Macesa, with the utilities of water from Seville. Thank you also to Raúl, our mentor, and really happy to continue in this round. And congrats to all the rest of the teams, and thank you again. And looking for the chapella. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, this is the best prize you can get, actually, a vast beret. You'll see. Okay, the next one is ID World. So please, our representative from ID World, talk to the camera.
Hi, everyone. Hi, great news. Thanks very much. Amazing to be through, and congrats to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next winner is iERP. So please, Joseph.
Oh, what a fantastic result. Thanks a lot. And I would like to thank you, first of all, the team, for very, very hard work. Thanks a lot to our mentor, Herman, the whole Migros team, and obviously to EDI for your continued support. Thanks a lot for that.
And the next winner is Into.
Well, thank you very much. We are very delighted to be part of the winning team. I want to thank Alex, my colleague who did the presentation, and Bartek, who really helped us in getting here, and of course VRT with the data, our data provider, and all of you basically supporting us till now. We look forward to the evolve phase. Thank you very much.
So thank you. Those are the 9 teams that made it. So please, well, I will put on my beautiful beret to tell you goodbye, to thank you for your participation today in the event, and all the ones that didn't win. I also want to congratulate you for your work. It's been very tough to make the ranking and to make the decision. We will try to keep supporting you in some further webinars and some further events to which you will be invited, okay? So keep well, take care, and see you around. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Congratulations, everyone.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Bye.
Congratulations,
everyone. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.